badge we have has got a button. The magic button.
We have plenty of refreshment out in the narthex, so please help yourself. It'll be out there during the break also, but there's coffee and water and some muffins and really good things.
Folks, we're going to go ahead and get started in a couple more minutes. Just a couple of housekeeping things here. The bathrooms are right there on your left. Obviously, grab some food. You can eat and drink in here. If you haven't yet, that book table out there, those books are for you. So one per family. Those are free. Those were a gift from us. Just grab one of those. And if you are here for some training hours, you're part of the foster care families that are here, your certificates are in the back where April is. So wherever the kids get dropped off, you can pick up those certificates. I'll mention that at the end if I miss anybody, but we'll get started in about 2 more minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. We're very excited about this parenting conference. Steve already did some logistics, so if you have questions, there'll be people who can help you out in the narthex. I'm going to ask Julie to come up, give her a quick introduction. As I was thinking, I've heard Julie speak at several CCEF conferences I've been to, and so I was trying to think about what do I say to introduce her, and three things came to mind as I pondered last night. So forgive my notes, but I thought there's three things we want you to know about Julie, and the first is that she loves Jesus, and she walks with him, and so we're so grateful for that first and foremost. Second, she is a wife and a mom. Julie and her husband, Greg, they have 5 children. I just found out 4 of those children are grown in their 20s, and she has 1 ninth grader at home. She has been in the foster care for 20 years, I think I read, at least that. And so I think what struck me about that was she's in the trenches with all of us. She understands. She's still there. And that's a huge connecting point. And lastly, God equips us. And he has equipped Julie. He's grown her through the years. She's an author and a speaker and a licensed professional counselor with over 25 years of experience. And so we're so glad to have her here. And another little tidbit that the Lord gave us was that she graduated from Tacoma Falls College. So a little deeper connection there, nearer and dearer to us. So help me give a warm welcome to Julie Lowe.
Thank you. That's great. We're going to go ahead and open up in prayer real quick. I'm Steve Woodworth, one of the pastors here at CPC. And let's open this time, give it to the Lord. Father, we come to you today, and we're so incredibly grateful for our sister Julie. Thank you for her years of experience and her wisdom, Lord, and most importantly, her willingness to share it, Lord, that she has been blessed, that she would be a blessing to us. Father, I pray for every person here today, Lord, that you would speak to them individually, Lord. Each one of our kids is precious and unique. Each of our parenting situations, Lord, require your divine wisdom. And so we pray that you would open our hearts and our minds today, Lord God, that we might receive what it is that you have for each one of us today, Father. And that we would be the kind of church, the kind of community that loves our children well. In Jesus' name, amen.
It's interesting because I looked up here and I realized childproof, intentionally living out. I'm like, oh no, I didn't put the rest of that up there. Living out what? Well, on any given day, I might say living out chaos, right? If you have children in your home, you know that you are sometimes living out chaos. We have 5 children, and I used to joke it is like herding cats. I can't get them to all go in the same direction at the same time. What it's supposed to say is intentionally living out family life in a Christ-like way. So I'll tell you a little bit about my family so you know that I am forced to live out the very things I'll be talking about today. I serve as a foster parent. All of our kids are adopted through the foster care system. When my husband and I got married, I was fostering our 2 daughters. At the time we got engaged, so I was a foster parent as a single person for about a year. And when we got engaged, the girls, about a week before the wedding, we found out we were going to be able to adopt them. So it was this neat moment of being able to talk about how God was giving me a new name, he was giving them a new name. And the girls at the time were 3 and 4. One of them piped up and said, yeah, and God knew you needed kids. Yeah, I guess God knew we needed kids 5 minutes into our marriage. Within the first year, so they were our flower girls. 2 of our flower girls got to walk down the aisle with us, which was a really neat experience. Within 6 months, we get a call from the foster care agency saying, would you consider taking 2 biological brothers? So within our first year of marriage, we had 4 children. We got married in our 30s, so we got married a little later, had 4 children, combined houses, had multiple pets, and bought a 100-year-old house. So if there's anything you hear me saying, there is no formula, and my life is not at all a model for how you should do family life. We added every stress you could add to your first year of marriage, and I'm still alive to tell about it. But that is not the standard for how to do family life. But that's what I love about talking about this, because as a counselor for 25 years plus, I repeatedly come across families that have unwittingly an ideal in their mind of how families should be. And because their children or their marriages, or they feel like they're struggling somehow, they feel like they're not living up to that ideal. And the irony is, Scripture does not present that to us. And the irony is, I chose to live a family life that had no model for it. There is no model for a secular system that is telling you how you can and can't parent your children, that tells you what school they're allowed to go to. There are so many ways where we were entering into parenthood already struggling with kids who had birth families and histories and traumatic experiences, and a system that wanted to tell us what we could or couldn't do, and somehow we had to still raise them in a biblical way. You see, if we rely on formulas, they get in the way of us using wisdom. They get in the way of us needing the Lord. So you'll hear that theme a lot. So think about it for a minute. If you were asked, what is a Christian home? Define a Christian home. My guess is I could come up with some pretty good guesses on what you would say. But I want you to stop and think for a minute, what is your picture of an ideal Christian home? Because often that is what gets in the way of us living our lives out well. It's not that the ideal is wrong. It is that it is often misinformed, and I'll tell you what I mean by that for a minute. But your expectations of an ideal home versus what do you do when God appears to be giving you less than that? And how do you engage with that? What does your heart do? So, for example, let's get you guys thinking for a minute. I want you to think about what usually in the church we think of as the ideal Christian home. And I want you to find one family in Scripture that models that. Anybody? A whole family, not just a relationship. We can all think of relationships. Naomi and Esther, Abraham and Sarah. But don't go too far with Abraham and Sarah, because that goes downhill real fast, right? Can you guys find one family in Scripture that meets that typical Christian ideal of a family? Nobody's brave enough in the morning to try. All right, well then, let's see if you can do this. What are some bad examples of family life in Scripture? Seriously, you guys can start from Genesis and go all the way to Revelation, and we will fill up this page. What does that tell you and I? It tells us something, right? That we in the church tend to paint a picture for ourselves of this ideal family that we have got to maintain, and what does Scripture present to us all the time? Broken, fallen human beings who do fallible, terrible, sinful things, and God still is at work within them. Not that we're all going to do the terrible, fallible things, but I have to tell you, when I'm having a bad day in parenting, all I have to do is start thinking about examples in Scripture of stealing of birthrights, murder, incest, and I think, my kids aren't so bad after all. We're doing pretty good, right? But yet, if I hold up this ideal of what I think I'm supposed to be and how my children should act, and of course they should all rise and call me blessed in the morning, and I should be able to speak wisely into their lives, and they say, oh, mother, thank you so much. You're so wise and mature. How did God give me such a wonderful mother? Right? Or your spouse to say that to you. Matter of fact, I say to my children often, when they're like rolling their eyes at me or not listening to me, I'll say, do you know people pay me money to hear what I have to say and you won't listen to me? I go speak places and they listen to me, and they're like rolling their eyes. Do you think that impresses them at all? No, because they see a flawed, fallible parent in front of them, which is exactly what I am. It is exactly what you and I are. And Scripture gives us example over and over again that that's the type of person that he chooses to use. Matter of fact, I might even argue it's his preference, right? That we are called to be jars of clay, that the all-surpassing power is of God, not of us. Our children do not need perfect parents. They need humble parents. And but for the grace of God go I. So I think early on, here we are, no roadmap for parenting. Especially as foster parents or adoptive parents. There is no roadmap in Scripture for that. Why do you and I want that? Give me the formula, right? If I have the formula, A plus B equals C, everything will turn out all right. The irony about formulas is we don't then need who? We don't need anybody, really, because I have the formula. And that's my fear with a lot of really good parenting books and resources. So, ironically, I wrote a parenting book. But my editor, we still joke about this because it took her probably a good year or two to convince me to write the book. Because I kept saying, the world does not need another parenting book. Everybody's telling people how to parent, have a new kid by Friday. If you just do these 5 things, your kids will be wonderful. Right? I am not willing to do that. And she said, well, that's what makes what you have to say so valuable, Julie. I said, you want me to write the anti-parenting book? And she said, well, it depends what you mean by that. And I said, well, I'll write a book about not having a formula, because the moment somebody writes a parenting book, even just there's wonderful books out there I would recommend that I love. But the moment you write the book is the moment everybody thinks, oh, that's how you do it now, right? And that's exactly the opposite of what we want to accomplish. Good parenting relies on the Lord. The Holy Spirit relies on wisdom. It does not rely on formulas. There are wonderful, great ideas. There are things that I've read that I'm like, that is brilliant. And I'll go home and try it, and it flops. My kids don't think it's so brilliant. Why? Because it works for some people. It doesn't work for other people. So you'll hear me say a lot of hopefully helpful, good ideas today. But you should not live a life like the Lowes live life. Matter of fact, we're kind of crazy. I would choose not to live life like we live life. But we can all learn from each other. We can all come up with great ideas and good resources and realize that what may work really well for one family may not work at all for another family. See, what you'll hear me say over and over again is God's word, biblical principles are timeless. How we contextualize them needs to change. How we engage with our families is what we need the wisdom to do. So why do we struggle with this? Well, pace of life. It takes time to do what I'm saying. Again, if you give me a formula, then I just do those things and out it comes. But really good parenting means that you and I are called to be an expert at knowing our own families and knowing our own kids, which I'll talk about a lot too. So pace of life, let me think for a minute. Any of you guys ever seen, it's an older documentary now, called Super Size Me? Anybody? It's enough to keep you off of fast food, at least for a good 6 months. Or for me until I smell McDonald's French fries again, and then I'm back on. But Super Size Me is this documentary about the fast food industry. And they take the proverbial guinea pig, a healthy New Yorker who's vegan. He walks everywhere. He's got great cholesterol. They do all these tests on him to demonstrate his health before. And then he decides that for nothing but 30 days, he's going to eat McDonald's. And he has to eat at least one thing on the menu, for every meal. He's got to eat everything on the menu at least once, I should say. Every meal is McDonald's meal, and if they ask, would you like it supersized, he had to say yes, which is why McDonald's doesn't have that saying anymore. So he does this for 30 days, and in less than a couple of weeks, his doctors say, you need to stop this. He was lethargic, he was sick, he was nauseous. Why? So here was a picture of somebody who was eating every day, 3 meals, was doing everything he normally does. Why was he in jeopardy? Here's the takeaway, I believe. Sustenance does not equal nourishment. He was sustaining. He was eating 3 meals every day, but what he was eating was not nourishing. As a matter of fact, not only was it not nourishing, it was detrimental. It was creating decay. And you see, Scripture talks about this a lot, especially in Ephesians, where it talks about the way we talk to each other, that we're called to build each other up and not tear each other down. And the language there is actually very similar in the Greek, where it talks about building up or anything that is rotten, indigestible. You see the same language. That's where sometimes we lose things in translation, where the building up is about nourishing, something nourishing and valuable. Way too often, we live fast food lifestyles. We are going from 5 or 6 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night without any real nourishing relationship happening. It's sustaining. We are communicating the details of life, right? I get my kids up in the morning. I have a son who's in high school, our youngest, and every morning we're getting up first thing, crack of the dawn, getting him a shower, getting stuff ready, taking the dog out, getting him to school, going off to work, doing everything we need to do all day long, picking him up from school, getting him to football practice or piano lessons or whatever it is, drama practice, only then to come back home, get dinner, have homework, have them take a shower, have them do their chores, and before you know it, you're putting them in bed and you're either laying down on the couch in front of the TV or you're falling asleep, and you feel pretty good because we got everything done we needed to do, right? Anybody identify that, or am I the only one? Once in a while, that's not a bad thing. But the problem is that is every morning and every night, right? That becomes our lifestyle. So a fast food lifestyle is communicating everything you need to communicate. You're getting things done that you need to, but sustenance does not equal nourishment. That you go too long in a fast food lifestyle, you stop communicating, you stop having connection, you stop having meaningful conversations. All you're talking about is how was your day, what did you get done, did we get the kids where they need to do? Marriages exist far too long on this, right? Where we're communicating enough to get through each day, but we're not really nurturing or nourishing our marriages, our family life, our relationships. Happens in the church, right? How are you doing? What did you do this week? We're communicating all the time with each other, but is there any depth or value to it? That's the struggle with the pace of life. That real meaningful relationship and discipleship takes time. It takes an ability to put aside those cultural priorities that say it's really important what college your kids get into or how successful they are at their hobby or their sport or all the wonderful activities that they can be involved in. And you and I begin to buy the lie. We begin to accept the reality that a busy life is a productive life for our kids. Technology, boy, I could spend a whole day to you talking about technology today. We feel safe because our kids are at home with us, on devices, doing homework, but you have no idea the influence of what they're being exposed to on those devices. But we feel good. During COVID, I'm trying to think, I'm being recorded. I'm not sure I want to say this on record, but I loved COVID. I loved being home. And to me, that was the best thing in the world. Life slowed down. Nobody had to go anywhere. I was at home with everything and everybody I loved. But there was a false sense of security in that, right? Because in that time, it also, technology, Zoom, all the need to be online exploded. And we've not come back from that. And our young people have not either. And there was a facade that you felt close because you were all in the same room together, although you were in your own worlds, on your own devices. And there is a culture that tells us those things are normal. And you and I are buying that it's normal for kids to have cell phones. It's normal for them to spend this amount of time. It's normal for them to want to be on the social media apps. And we're not thinking proactively about those things. Feeling inadequate. Many of us, how many of us, is there ever a time that you don't feel inadequate as a parent, I should say, right? But sometimes we avoid the hard things and the hard topics because we feel inadequate rather than pressing in and either getting help or pushing through those things. As Christian parents, we can value compliance over dialogue. Just do what I told you to do. Just obey, right? And we look for quick fixes rather than often long-term bridge building. And as you see there, we serve the wrong agenda, that we're often moved by sometimes even our own inconvenience. One of the number one things that can get in the way of me spending time with my kids is everything I have on my plate. Everything I remember I have to do or get done or prepare for, that I can way too often want to occupy my kids rather than engage them. If I occupy them, they're safe, they're happy, now I can get done the things I need to do. And we inadvertently, again, put aside intentional relationship and parenting or discipleship or one anothering because of our own priorities as well. I love this picture. I'm not sure if you could see it well from here, but it says, easy decisions lead to a hard life. Hard decisions lead to easy life. It's a great picture to give our kids of the hard work of studying or discipline or chores or whatever it might be. But this is true of us as adults, that way too often I see parents making easy choices like occupying kids on technology or giving them a cell phone because it's so fun to make them happy at Christmas, which it is, by the way. But giving in to things that they really want or they're begging you for because we see other families, or we say, hey, this family I respect and love lets their kids on social media, so I guess it's not so bad. Or, well, I just don't want to fight them anymore, so what are the ways that we make really easy decisions, but they end up leading to harder life choices or repercussions that we're living with versus doing the hard work of engaging our kids and pressing in on them and pursuing them even when they don't want us to pursue them. But we do that because it is worthwhile and it will lead to better life choices. So I'm arguing freedom from formulas. Formulas like, for example, when I was in my 20s, I remember being in a church where I was watching all these new parents reading this same book. And this book was a parenting book on schedules. That godly parenting meant that your kids napped at certain times, you fed them at certain times, they had to have a certain amount of hours of sleep. And if you didn't do this, and again, I was single, wasn't even dating at the time, but I watched how these parents, these mothers especially, let's face it, it's usually moms, these moms were judging each other and critical. And I'd hear little slights like, well, it's because she didn't give that child a nap. Or what were they doing out that late this night? Their children should have been home asleep. And you would hear judgmental things being said and done. And I can remember even then watching and listening thinking, something doesn't sit right with this. Like, Christ-like godly parenting doesn't mean my children nap from 8 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning. But yet, we find formulas for doing that, right? Which means if I follow the formula, then I'm a good person. I'm a good parent. People can't judge me. We inadvertently shift from wisdom to what will other people think of me, Or if I do this, then of course my children will turn out right. And we've got to ask, how does scripture and conventional parenting ideals actually map onto your home and circumstances? So in all kinds of ways, we judge each other, right? Education. Do your kids go to Christian school, public school, homeschool? Are your children getting tutoring or not getting tutoring? Do they have IEPs? Are they well behaved in church? Can they sit still during Sunday school class? Are they excelling athletically? And we inadvertently judge each other for those things. We do this in the church all the time. Education, ministry level, behavior. Now imagine we have been a foster parent for the last 20-something years. One of the ways I talk about it is we chose to invite in the hard. And I would argue all of us need to choose to do that. We're either entering into the heart of people's lives or we're choosing to invite the heart into our life. But that's Romans that tells us that we're called to live, give of ourselves and die of ourselves. That we're called to be a living offering and sacrifice. But when it comes to our home, we want it to be picture perfect and ideal. We don't want the hard. Whether the hard is our own biological children or foster children or adopted children, because we fear how we will be looked at. And I have to tell you, it happens all the time. We've been in ministry 25 years, and I have felt the judgment of other families. I have felt the judgment of one of our kids acting out and having meltdowns or going off the rails. As a foster parent, we have all kinds of humorous and not humorous stories of kids running out of our homes, running down the street in the middle of winter in their bare feet and ending up in front of a pastor's house in their backyard, and us getting a call, us having to call police officers saying, we just had a child run out of our home. I actually was mortified when the police would show up at our house because I thought, these police know our family way too well. That is not the reputation I want, right? I am a person in ministry. I write books on parenting. I'm a counselor, for goodness sake. Why is this? Why? Because we choose to go into a broken, fallen world and try to make a difference, but yet we don't want to be splashed by it. I often say, you know what, when you love people well, you're going to be splashed by the sewage in other people's lives. And we don't want that. We want the glamour, for lack of a better word, of ministering well to people, but we don't want the heartache of it. Well, you and I should not be in ministry. We should not be parents. We should not even be married, if that's the case, right? Because we are broken, fallible people who are ministering to broken, fallible people. And we have got to stop acting in the church like our kids can't be broken and our families can't be struggling, or we will never minister well to the world around us if we can't do that for each other. And far too often, we are highly judgmental of each other. And so, we will often tell stories. My husband and I go to conferences, and we'll tell stories about our families. Most of them are humorous. Some of them are heartbreaking. Why? Because people have to be willing to stand up front and say, yeah, there's brokenness in the world, and yeah, there's heartache. And some of the most helpful people in the world have been secular professionals who have been more gracious to us than people in the church, who have judged our parenting, who have judged us, who have said all kinds of critical things. What does that have to say when you feel more comfortable with secular professionals than you do with people in the church and sharing your struggles? It says that we need to change the outcome. Why? It goes back to a lot of these things. That if we have this model that says you have to have life like this, then anything short of that makes you feel like a failure, and it makes us judge others like a failure as well. So how does the Word of God apply to the uniqueness of your marriage and family? Great freedom and great responsibility come with giving up an idea and choosing to know your family well. And I love saying this, our goal is not success, at least the way the world defines success. It's faithfulness to the task. So I want you to think about this for a minute. When I give up a formula, what do I have left? Yep, it's button. There we go. All right, maybe I'll hold it for a minute. When I give up a formula, when I give up my ideal, what do I have? Most of us feel like, I don't know, what do we have? I have nothing. Where do I go? What do I do? You now have dependency on the Lord. You now have a need to pray a lot more, to struggle a lot more, to ask for a lot more wisdom, which is exactly the thing that gets in the way of us doing that sometimes, right? Here's how I was raised. It worked for me. It worked for my parents. So sometimes we rely on either doing it just like our family did it because it seemed to work. Other times we do it exactly the opposite of the way our parents did it because we thought it didn't work. So you see how we're often reactive in our parenting, but we're not thoughtful of, these are the children God gave me. Now, this is the marriage God gave me. What does it look like to love well, to engage well, and to live it out well? There's tremendous freedom in doing that. And there's a whole lot of fear because now there's a whole lot more work. Formulas are less work. I don't have to think. I don't have to figure things out. I just do what I think is the right thing to do. Wisdom, freedom from formulas mean I rely on wisdom. That I wake up every day saying, all right, Lord, I don't know what you have in front of me today, but help me to be wise. Give me wisdom to know how to deal with it. Every child in our family is uniquely different than each other. If I relied on a formula, I would mess them all up. Why? Because what they need is different. So my goal is, so the great freedom and great responsibility means what I'm asking of you, what I'm telling you is biblical, is far more work than what we often hear in a lot of parenting formulas. Do these things, and your kids will turn out right. Your kids will love the Lord. Your kids will fill in the blank, be successful. Our job is not successful kids. And you might even be surprised to hear our job is not to make sure our kids walk with the Lord. Our job is to raise our children before the Lord. Our job is to teach them the ways of the Lord. It is between them and the Lord what they choose to do with it. My job is not the outcome. My job is faithfully parenting them to the best of my ability, and guess what? I'm going to mess that up. But our kids need humble parents, not perfect parents. If my goal is my children turn out to all walk with the Lord, to all be successful human beings, to all have jobs, to all go to college, then every decision I make is going to be based on the outcome. What can I do to ensure that they're going to do this thing? And you and I resort to all kinds of poor parenting choices when we resort to outcome. Why do we raise our voices at our kids? Why do we blow up at our kids? Why? Because nothing else was working, right? It was the only way. I always hear it. It was the only way they'd listen to me. So if I'm outcome driven, then I will do whatever it takes to change my child's behavior. What I'm saying is I'm behavior driven, I'm outcome driven. If I'm looking at my children's behavior and I'm concerned about their behavior, the condition of their heart, I'm going to focus on how is God calling me to respond to this behavior right now? What is the wise way to respond? What do they need? And sometimes they'll need discipline. Sometimes they'll need grace. Sometimes they'll need a whole lot of what we call inspirational talks in our home. My young child one time said to me, one of my friends came in and she was starting to ask him questions, and he goes, oh no, this isn't one of your inspirational talks, is it? And that became a great cliche. Yep, we're going to have an inspirational talk right now. You see, we can be free just to say, I'm going to speak into my child's life, but it's between them and the Lord what they do with that. And that frees you and I to not be driven to all kinds of bad parenting choices when we let go of the outcome and we let go of whether or not we're successful. And we say, Lord, help me just to love my kids, parent them, discipline them, shepherd them to the best of my ability. You're responsible for the outcome. They're responsible for the outcome. Think about that for a minute. If you were able to do that, can you imagine how much that would change in your home already? It's not that we don't care about the outcome, it's that we're no longer driven by the outcome. So does your picture of an ideal family keep you from understanding and loving your actual family? This is true in marriage. If I have my ideal, or if I look at another marriage and I say, oh, I wish my husband did that for me. Oh, I wish we had that kind of home or that kind of vacation. Why social media and Facebook are so painful to be on, right? Because everybody puts their best face forward, which is often a facade, by the way, as well. Our children do this. We look at what we think the ideal is, and it prevents us from loving our actual family. When our kids have behavioral problems or educational issues or brokenness in their life, we wish God would have given us a child without those things. Or we wish that our child wouldn't struggle the way they do. We have a son with a vision disability that we didn't know about till he got older, and he will eventually lose all his central vision. I do not wish that for him. My heart breaks for him and the things that he has to face. One time I was talking to some people about it, and somebody said to me, I'm trying to think how they said it, they said something like, well, Julie, just think of it this way, like you can now be the poster child for disabilities. Think about that for a minute. What parent wants to be the poster child for disabilities? Not to mention how incredibly insensitive that was. No, thank you. I'd rather have a child who doesn't have a vision impairment than be a poster child for disabilities. We say all kinds of foolish things to try to make each other feel better, rather than saying sometimes life's just broken. Sometimes our children struggle with brokenness and suffering and disability and heartache, and then their own behavior and their own choices on top of that. And that's what God is giving you. And that is what God has given me. And will we love them based on who they are and what God has given to us? And can I lay my head down at night because to the best of my ability today, I have faithfully loved and parented my children. And that is all God's asking of you. That's freedom. It's scary freedom, but it's freedom. So again, where does this mentality come from? I believe we see it in Scripture all the time, where we're called to apply biblical principles. That means we need wisdom, and God says He will give it generously. If we ask wisdom, He'll give it generously. If we ask God to show me how to love my child who struggles with these things, or how to love a child who has gifts in this way and hobbies and aptitudes, what does it look like to love well? Then what we do is we are regularly relying on the Spirit of God within us. We're regularly asking Him to give up our ideal or our preconceived idea of ideals. And again, I think we don't probably talk about this a lot going into marriage or in pre-marriage counseling or in dating relationships of what's your ideal? Or what would it look like if God didn't give us our ideal? Imagine if we were starting to prepare young people to think about that there is not an ideal. There is what God's going to give you, and trusting that God knew it was His best, and that in Scripture it is full of broken, fallen people who did evil, heinous things, and God still worked. He still redeemed. He was still at work in people's lives. And how much more will God do that in your life? Because you're a broken, fallible, sinful human being as well. How much will He do it in your marriage, and how much will He do it in your family life? So biblical principles, as you heard me say, I'm not arguing against biblical principles. They're all over the place on how we're called to love and communicate and relate and put one another first. How we contextualize them can be radically different. Meaning that just because you homeschool your kids and my kids go to a brick and mortar school does not mean one's better than the other. It means that's what God has called you to do. It also means that we have to think wisely about the children in front of me, because I can go into marriage with my idea of how I'd like to educate my children, and then God gives me kids who don't meet that ideal. And I had to ask what is best for each one of them. And in our home, that has certainly been true, where we have done all kinds of different educational settings for our kids. Why? Because we're always trying to decide, what does this one need? What does this one need? What does this one need? And we're willing to sacrifice what we would want because we're able to wisely think about what is the need calling for. That's true with discipline. It's true with why you let kids have technology at different ages. So for example, when's the best age to give a child a cell phone? 40, just in case you want to know. 40 years old is it. Wisdom says, well, again, this is where we could have a whole conference on technology, right? Wisdom says, is there a need? And that's a shocking thing to say in today's culture. What do you mean, is there a need? Every child gets a cell phone. It doesn't matter if they need it or not. Is there a need? Is there maturity in my child? Are they responsible? So is there a need? My child's driving now. My child's going to work. My child, for whatever reason, they need it now. Are they mature and responsible? Because no matter how much you think there's a need, if they're not mature and responsible, you're doing something very unwise for them. And this is true across the board with a lot of things. I'll just pick on a cell phone for a minute to show you what I'm talking about. That's unheard of. I can't tell you how many times parents argue with me just on that point alone. But somehow you and I'm assuming all of us in here grew up without cell phones for a certain period of time, and we're alive. And we survived, and we learned to drive without them, and we made it places without a cell phone. Now, it is highly convenient, I admit, but maturity and wisdom to handle that, and accountability. And then the very last thing, which is where we fail most, is your job and my job to say, I will be relentless on staying on top of what they're doing on their cell phone. I'll put on parental controls. I'll check it regularly. I will hold them accountable, because that's what stewardship is. That discipling my kids means it's not enough to hand them a cell phone and say, now, don't do this or make sure you do this. But what you've just done is you've not just handed them a phone that's going to make them so happy. What you've done is you've opened them to a world of potential danger. And I'm telling you, as a counselor of 25 years, you cannot imagine the danger that pursues them. Not even assuming your child's mature and responsible and would never pursue that themselves. You don't have to. It's pursuing them. Every single app, every single avenue that a child is on, I promise you a sexual predator is on as well. It is the most growing crime rates, I'm trying to think if I'm saying that right, are on technology towards children. Sextortion, sex trafficking, pornography, anything a young child will be on, I promise you a predator's trying to get on as well. And it's so much easier for them to get to children now because all they need is this device. They don't need to track you down. We think strangers are dangerous. Don't get me started on that way. I always say strangers aren't dangerous. Dangerous people are dangerous. It's brilliant, isn't it? How do we know if somebody's dangerous? We teach our kids to evaluate and discern right from wrong, good from evil, wise from unwise. We are not raising critical thinkers. We're raising kids to rely on formulas as well. Strangers are dangerous, therefore stranger danger. When the reality is 90% of children who are abused by people they know, and they are around regularly. And online, you can pretend to be anybody. And my child will say, but Mom, I know them. Really, how do you know them? Well, because they tell me all about themselves. We've been gaming for months now. And they have no idea that who they could potentially be talking to is a 50-year-old individual who's grooming them and getting all kinds of interesting information for them. So you see, if I relied on a formula, well, all kids should get a cell phone by the age of 15 or 13 or 12. I'm not thinking through all these wisdom issues. I'm not asking hard questions. In our home, we've given kids cell phones much later. We are the quintessential helicopter parenting, strictest parent in the world. No parent operates like you do, Mom and Dad. We've heard it all. And we'll say things like, I'm really sorry. I know that's really hard for you to be the only 9th or 10th grader in an entire world that does not have a cell phone. And I say, by the way, I do know of at least 2 more in the entire world that don't have a cell phone. But I understand in your room and in your classroom, and indeed it is true sometimes in their whole school, they are the only one that does not have a cell phone, which is crazy because I can tell you what other kids in that same school are doing on their cell phones. But they don't understand. They just think Mom and Dad are withholding good from them. Are you willing to have those hard conversations? I can just be black and white, nope, not getting it. Or I can be willing to have the hard conversations and try to help them understand and even sympathize with them that God has given them horrible parents that will not give them a cell phone, right? It's all your mentality on how you're going to handle it. We have kids in our home where at some point, at any given time, we decided, yeah, it makes sense, they need a cell phone, I think they're mature, but we have to stay on top of it. And if you're not willing to have the rules and the accountability and stay on top of it, then it doesn't matter all the things I said beforehand, don't give them the cell phone, because you are going to be the one that fails them. And do you and I want to do the hard work of keeping up with all the ways kids get around every parental control that exists? Because even if you think your son or daughter aren't smart enough, their friends are, and their friends will tell you, I know how to get around that app. Let me show you. And before you know it, they are circumventing every accountability, every parental control you have put on that device. And you and I are oblivious. Why? Because they're in their school or their own world, and their kids or friends or peers are teaching them all that, and we're over here in our lane feeling quite good that we've given our child something they love and they think we're great parents now, and we've put on the safety measures and they're good, but then we never check up. We never maintain. We never continue to pursue them and what they're doing on there. And it's dangerous. Why? Because we think we've done all the right things. That's just a small thread I'm pulling about how we cannot be intentional because we're relying on formulas, and it's a lot easy. What I'm saying is a lot more work. Okay. So again, we have a picture in Scripture of over and over again how God's love is personal. Not only is it personal, but He's merciful, He's gracious, He's slow to anger, but He's also willing to discipline. He is willing to pursue. He does hold accountable. That God's not a wimpy God, but He's a very personal God that knows what we need. And I love that in the life of Jesus, how Jesus repeatedly goes right to the struggle of an individual, whether it's Nicodemus or the rich ruler or the woman by the well or His own disciples. He is not saying the same thing to all of them, is He? He's speaking in very different ways. He knows when one needs to be corrected and one needs to be graciously accepted and one needs to be forgiven. God's love is very personal. So let me give you an example of this. How many of you have heard your child say, "It's not fair"? We all should be raising our hands. It's not fair. You gave them a cell phone at 12. It's not fair. They got to watch that show again. It's not fair. I want to be able to do that. Well, ironically, when my kids are getting punished, I never hear one of them sit up and go, wait a minute, it's not fair. I should have gotten punished too, right? You ever heard anybody say that? Or it's not fair. You should make me go to bed early too. It just doesn't work that way. So fairness only goes in one direction, and that is when it works to my benefit. Here's what you say. You say, we don't do fair. We do what's right and good for each of you. Shocking. How many buy into well, we need to be fair. They got that, so their sibling needs to get that. When the reality is, biblical parenting goes, no, we don't do fair. We do what's right and good for each of you. My children to this day still hate that saying. So it's not that they love me for saying it either, but it is reality, because that's exactly how God shepherds you and I. In this room, we don't all have the same houses, the same jobs, the same blessings, the same privileges, the same responsibilities, the same sufferings, the same struggles, right? God knows what Julia Lowe needs in her life. And when God doesn't give me something somebody else has, in my heart, I do say, it's not fair. But it's funny because when I see somebody getting cancer or I see something tragic happening to somebody, I never stop and say, it's not fair. That should happen to me too, right? We need to parent our kids exactly the way God parents us, that He knows what we need. And He knows when He needs to withhold things from us, even things that seem good, because He knows it's for our benefit. And do we trust God's a loving, good Father? That He is not out to harm us, that He doesn't willingly bring affliction to the children of men, that though he brings grief, yet will he show compassion, so great is his unfailing love. Do I trust the character of my Father, even when he withholds good from me? Isn't that what our children need to hear? Can you trust that we love you even when we withhold good from you? And the answer is often what? No. But this is where you and I have to model. And we're only going to model it if I stay in my lane and say, Lord, help me. Help me to love them. Help me to be willing to debate with them, to have conversations with them. Because I want them to see, even when they disagree with my parenting, I want them to see my heart. We don't have to have our kids think we're wonderful parents. We don't have to have them agree with things we say. We do want them to see we love them and that we are trying, because that will go a long way in their mind. So here's another way of looking at it. I want my children not just to see I love them, but I want to point them to God's love for them. So for example, think of a 13-year-old girl who comes home from school upset because friends of hers were picking on her outfit, took a picture, posted it on social media. Her life is over, it's ruined, she's mortified, she's embarrassed, and she's sobbing hysterically at the way her friends have treated her. And you say, it's okay, honey, I love you. Anybody ever have your parents say that and thought, oh, that makes me feel so much better? My friends reject me, my peers reject me, I'm mortified, but my mom loves me, that makes everything better, right? Why is that? And you know, it does help when somebody says they love you, but let's think about that for a minute. It doesn't address the rejection that they're actually feeling, right? Okay, you love me, fine, but I'm not worried about your love. It's all these other people. Because you see, my love as a parent is limited. It can't go everywhere. And I have bad days. It's flawed. There are days I don't love my children well like I should. It's not always accessible, and it probably shouldn't be, because if you're getting on the school bus with your kids and walking into school with them every day, there's something wrong. But it's not always accessible. I can't always be there in the moments they need to be loved, and it's prone to disappoint. I'm prone to get angry or fail in loving them or not do what they need at any given moment. However, God's love is limitless, it's perfect, it's always accessible, and it will never disappoint. So at the end of the day, when my 13-year-old is crying and weeping and they've been rejected, where I really need to point them is to a God that does love them. And in that moment, they might not care about that any more than they care about my love, but it is where they will find stability and identity and solid footing to say, honey, I know it really hurts when people reject you, and I'm so sorry. And God knows that, and he is with you, and he will help you. And we try to incarnate God's love. I always talk about this waterfall effect, that you and I are a conduit of God's care and love in us, where we're trying to love as we've been loved. I'll tell you a humorous story. Years ago, when I first had our daughters, they were 2 and 3 years old, was not married yet, so I'm a single foster mom, picking them up from preschools and totally exhausted. So I come home at night, and one night I came home and I just sat down on the floor with them, and I was thinking about what to do about dinner, and they were running around. They began playing with my hair. At the time I had long, thicker hair, and so they went into the bathroom and got their big box of curly barrettes and clips and glittery stuff, and they went to town on my hair. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect. They're occupied, I can close my eyes, I can rest for a few minutes. Mistake number 1. So they're like appendages. I was becoming Medusa. I had appendages coming out of my head and glittery clips, and I didn't care. They were happy, they were playing. And my oldest daughter did something. She began mimicking me, and she went into the bathroom and got the brush, and she ran the brush under the sink water, because she had multiple times during the morning seen me do this. I'd run the brush under the water, brush their hair to get the flyaway hair brushed down. So she comes out with a soaking wet brush and begins yanking the appendages in my hair with the water. And Her little sister goes in after her as well, and they're running in and out, and about the third time they ran into the bathroom, a thought struck me. And that thought was, the little one was not tall enough to reach the sink. Think about that a moment. So all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. So I get on my hands and knees, I crawl over, I look in the bathroom, and sure enough, there she is dipping the brush in the toilet. Did the source of the water matter? It did to me, right? In her mind, I'm doing what mom does every day. She gets the brush wet, she brushes away the fly away. She was mimicking my behavior, right? No, she wasn't. She thought she was. She didn't care where the water came from. I'm getting it wet. Who cares where the water comes from? The one receiving it, right? I'd argue you and I are a lot like that in our parenting. We think we're modeling Christ-like love. We think we're modeling Jesus when we're strict with our kids and we're harsh in our language and we're lecturing them. We're giving them the best lecture of why their behavior is so ungodly and why they should be respecting us. Do you think they're seeing Christ in us in those moments? Probably not. Why? Because the source matters. And far too often, that parenting comes from my own frustrations, my own sense of injustice, my own anger at them. Not that what I'm saying is incorrect. Not that they shouldn't even be disciplined, maybe. But it is certainly not the same spirit. And it is certainly not delivered the same way either. We need to realize that there are places that God can reach that you and I can't. And if I'm all about behavior change, then I'm never going to care about the Holy Spirit meeting them in the places that really need to change, and that's on the heart level. So again, you see Corinthians gives us this waterfall effect of the God of all comfort who comforts us so that we may comfort others. You see this over and over again. Love as Christ first loved us. Forgive as we have been forgiven. Demonstrate grace, the grace that's been given to you. Comfort with the comfort you've been given. That if it does not penetrate your heart or my heart, how are we going to penetrate our children's heart? Because what they receive is going to be far different than what Christ has given us. It's like that waterfall. You envision this beautiful waterfall, picture of that up here on the screen. And I think, I love that. I want that in my backyard. And so what do? I get a shovel and a hose, and I go in my backyard, and I begin trying to dig up my own waterfall. And before you know it, all I have is a slab of mud. Not the same thing. Because what God really wants is to change you and I. He wants to turn us into a conduit of his character so that we will impact and change others around us. That's what our kids need. It's what our spouse needs. It's what others in the church need. That they receive grace and help and hope rather than judgment and criticism and condemnation. I love this quote. I'm a bit of a quote geek, so you might see way too many of them here. But Howard Hendricks says, developing Christian standards is like building a fire in the rain. It requires willful determination against all odds to do what seems impossible. It calls for expertise, know-how, which understands the stubborn nature of the child and the nature of a hostile world. It demands a stubborn perseverance to keep fanning the flame, to keep protecting the hot coals. That really is just the commitment to do the hard work of parenting our kids, of pursuing them, but it's also the work of the Spirit in them as well. So children interpret life and experiences whether or not we talk to them about it. So far too often we avoid talking about hard topics like sex or gender or suicide or sextortion or whatever the hard conversation might be. Why? Because we think, well, if they're not thinking about it, I don't want to bring it up, right? I don't want to, I want to protect their innocence. As if talking about something God created is taking away their innocence. So we rather let the world inform how they think about sex and sexuality and gender than we bring it up for fear of bringing up a tough topic. Or, like I said earlier, our own securities, our own fears, our own inadequacies. So Deuteronomy 6 is one of my favorite passages to talk about this, that whether you and I are riding in the van or headed to a soccer practice or going to the grocery store, or headed to school, or sitting down and having dinner or doing homework, are we talking about the things of the Lord? Are we bringing God into every subject we can and helping make sense out of the world around them as a result of that? So years ago, when my oldest, she's in her 20s now, but she was about 12 years old, we were in our family van. And I don't know about you, but our family van, we had some of the best conversations in the van. Why? Because they're strapped in with no place to go. And at the time, they didn't have any kind of screens, so we had a van that didn't have TVs or screens or anything. And so what else are they going to do but talk? And we had some great conversations, some very dangerous conversations too. I'll give you 2 examples. Something made me laugh already. We were headed down the road somewhere one day, and we drove by an adult bookstore. And one of my kids said, "Hey, Mom, what's an adult bookstore?" Oh, boy, what's an adult bookstore? So I'm like, well, it's not really where adults should go. Well, why do they call it an adult bookstore then? Oh, boy, why do they call it an adult bookstore? Well, because it's a place where people go and there's inappropriate things in it, and Mom and Dad don't go to that store, but... and so I forget how we were describing it, but in the back seat pipes one of my daughters who goes, "Yeah, I read about that in a book." And I had a little red flag. "You read about that in a book? What book were you reading about in an adult bookstore?" And so she began telling me about it. And because I was willing to engage in that conversation, we had a really good conversation about it. And I was able to find out things about one of my daughters was reading that I didn't know about. And that ended, we moved on and went to the next thing. Well, the next Sunday, I think we were headed on our way to church, and we went down that same street. And one of the younger kids said, "Hey, that's the parent bookstore." And my husband looked at me, and it was like, "A parent bookstore?" I'm like, no, that is not a parent bookstore, and please don't go into Sunday school and say, "Mom and Dad have a bookstore," and it's on 309, they're right here. You see how kids, we're afraid of having these conversations because what will our kids do with them? And sometimes our kids do the craziest things, and we'll say the craziest things. And for sure my kids had, and have, and probably still will. But you risk being misunderstood sometimes in order to help make sense out of the world around them. So fast forward again, I forget, within a year or 2 time, these conversations don't happen every day in our van, by the way. But out of the blue one day, my 12-year-old daughter at the time said, "Hey, Mom, is there sex in heaven?" I think I almost swerved off the road. And everything within me is like, what in the world did this question come from? Hey, look, there's a bald eagle. Everybody look out the window. And I wanted to change the subject. But instead, I did the typical counselor thing as I'm driving, and I'm like, is there sex in heaven? I don't know. What do you think? And that gave me a good stall tactic for another 30 seconds. Like, why in the world is my daughter asking me this question? And she said really innocently, well, you say sex is good. And so now I'm starting to track with her because we taught our kids about sex. We would read books about them. We wanted, before the world got to them, we wanted to teach our children God created sex. It is good. We're not afraid of talking about it. It's the world that corrupts it. God creates, the world corrupts. And by the way, Christ redeems as well. But we wait far too long till our children have been exposed to the corruption of the world to begin talking about it, rather than start with the creation of it. The church is not anti-sex. Our kids should not hear Mom and Dad are anti-sex. We are very pro-sex, or else nobody would be here anymore. We are for sex, but there's a way God created sex to be lived out. And anytime you go outside the way God creates sex, it won't deliver what it promises. It will break. See how that's very different than you shouldn't have sex, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. We come up with a formula instead of saying our kids need a way of thinking. They need a Christian worldview. So very early on, we talked to our kids about where babies came from. We talked about these things. So out of the blue, my daughter says, "Mom, is there sex in heaven?" Never a question I ever thought about. So as she's saying, "Well, you say sex is good." I'm like, okay, well, you're right, sex is good. Oh boy, what do I do with this? Well, everything that's good doesn't mean it's going to be in heaven. And now another child pipes up. Like what? What else isn't going to be in heaven? Oh, dear Lord, what else isn't going to be in heaven? Ice cream. Ice cream's good. I don't know. Ice cream's going to be in heaven. And the whole van was in an uproar at that point. What? No ice cream in heaven? I'm like, phew, dodged that bullet. So now you know what to do if you get that question ever. I look back at those questions, and I think in a million years, when I was a child, I probably would not have asked that question of my parents. Why? Hadn't developed a culture of being asked those questions. Fast forward several years later, we have all kinds of funny stories about sex. I'm not sure why, but forgive me. We had a foster son with us, and he came home from school one day, and he goes, Mom, guess what I learned about today? What'd you learn about? Puberty. And he just waited to get a reaction out of me. Little did he know who he was talking to. Okay, so what? He goes, isn't that weird? Like, no. I said, well, what were they telling you about puberty? And so as we're having this conversation, my then 14-year-old son was sitting on the couch, and he goes, Mom, stop. I looked over, and I went, stop what? Stop saying that word. What word? Puberty? Yeah, stop. Like, moms shouldn't say that word. Puberty, puberty, puberty. What do you mean mom shouldn't say the word puberty? That's weird, Mom. Like, nobody's mom talks like that. Like, child, I have read to you about where babies come from. We've talked about sex. Like, what do you think I can't talk about puberty? And so guess what I did all night long? Sitting at dinner time, hey guys, anybody want to talk about puberty? Walking around dinner time, I say, hey, I have an interesting conversation. Let's talk about puberty. By the end of the night, I was sick of saying the word puberty. Why did I do that? Because here was a son who I thought we had overeducated on the topic, but he had learned it's not cool for moms to be saying the word. And I was going to break that down as much as I could to say, we need to be parents who are not afraid of bringing up the hard things. And quite honestly, there have been conversations like that I have been like crawling out of my skin uncomfortable. You wouldn't know it. I hid it as well as I could. Why? Because I wanted my children to learn you don't have to be afraid of hard topics. Our kids come from hard backgrounds. Their adoption stories, they ask questions about their birth parents that sometimes might be painful for me to know that they're thinking, but hopefully you wouldn't know it. Hopefully I'm always saying, hey, that's really normal that you asked that question. That makes perfect sense. And you know what? If I don't know the answer or I'm thrown off guard, I say, you know what? Give me some time to think about that and I'll get back to you. The reality, though, is way too many of us say that and then we never come back to it because we're hoping they'll forget about the topic. We're hoping they won't want to bring it up again, and we're like, dodge that bullet. But what you've really taught them is mom and dad are going to be too afraid to come back to this topic. They're never going to come back to me. So guess where they're going to go for the answer? All the places where you won't like the answer they give. They'll go to their peers. They'll go to the internet. They'll go to culture to get answers for the questions you will not answer for them. You cannot wait. I'll try to give you one more funny story. And again, I'm on the sex theme, so we'll stick with that for a minute. I talk about this at conferences, and so one year I was asked to do a workshop on teaching sex in the home. And as I'm preparing, I'm thinking, my kids sound like they're the most over-educated children in the world. That's not what I want to communicate. I wanted them to see they're developmentally appropriate, they can answer questions, but they haven't lost their innocence. They're still normal kids. So I decided I'm going to have this brilliant idea, and I am going to videotape them and ask them each a series of questions. And if you haven't learned by now, my brilliant ideas never end up being brilliant. So we'll start it off that way. About 7 to 11 years old, age gap. We had read the same books to them. We had had the same conversations. We intentionally did it all together because at a young age, we wanted to develop a culture in our home that we can talk about hard things. It doesn't matter what the hard thing is. So, knowing they had all heard the same things, they've all read the same books, I ask a series of questions like, what makes boys or girls different? Where do babies come from? What's sex? Who should have sex? I'm going through a series of these questions. So I start with the youngest first. The others are in another room. I sit them down in front of the video. I say, okay, Will, what makes boys and girls different? God's awesome power. Okay, anything else? I don't know. Okay. Where do babies come from? God's awesome power. Okay. Will, what's sex? I don't know. So I'm like, well, that's interesting. But I'm a little encouraged because I'm like, well, if you're going to start with anything, let's start with God's awesome power. That's good. Okay. I go to his brother. AJ, what makes boys and girls different? Oh, that's easy. Boys have short hair, girls have long hair. Okay. Anything else? I don't know. I think boys can run faster than girls. Okay, anything else? No. It's okay. AJ, where do babies come from? Mom's bellies. That's right. How do they get there? God's awesome power? Okay. Andrew, what's sex? I think it's moms and dads. Yeah, what about moms and dads? I don't know. Now I'm feeling a little defeated, like, I thought my kids were overeducated, not undereducated. Okay, so I go on to the sister. Kimmy, what makes boys and girls different? Well, boys have short hair, girls have long hair. Anything else? I don't know. I promise you I did not read them any books about sex or babies or anything that said boys have short hair and girls have long hair. But that was their takeaway, right? Kimmy, where do babies come from? From drinking milk? No, you don't drink milk and have a baby. It does not work that way. Totally defeated. Get to the sister. Brittany, at this point, I'm discouraged. I had Brittany, what makes boys or girls different? Oh, well, boys have penises, girls have vaginas. Finally. And boys have short hair and girls have long hair. Okay. I had Brittany, where do babies come from? What's sex? And she gives me a beautifully educated, appropriate 11, 12-year-old answer. Great. Well, Brittany, who should have sex? Well, everybody should have sex. No, everybody should not be having sex. No. And she's looking at me like, what? Because in her mind, you said sex is good, right? So I'm like, okay, I get it now. All right. Brittany, should teenagers have sex? Oh, no. Okay. Well, okay, what happens if teenagers have sex? They go to jail? Yes, that is exactly what happens. Remember that. Were my kids overeducated? Here were parents who literally thought we had overeducated our children. What's the takeaway? Greg and Julie Lowe are very bad parents and educators, right? The takeaway are twofold for me, and I'm so glad I did that. That was really for me more than it was for anybody else. See, two things happen here. You and I think we talk too much about a subject, and probably our kids think that sometimes too. But when they're innocent, they don't lose their innocence by talking about hard things. Matter of fact, they maintained it because we had given them a positive way of thinking about it. And they only maintain what's developmentally appropriate. So a 7-year-old versus an 11-year-old, both hearing the same thing, but what they took away, what they fostered from it was very different, which is why it always has to be an ongoing conversation, by the way. Those one-and-done conversations never work. Our children are always making sense of life. They're always observing the world around them. They're always seeing what other people are doing. They're being exposed to what gender should be and what sexuality should be. And if you have a one-time conversation, you've lost them. And there will be other voices speaking in. The other very, very important takeaway for me in that whole thing was observation trumped education. Think about that. Observation trumped education. Though we had educated our children about what made boys and girls different, what won out? What they observed around them. Because you see, they weren't observing people walking around naked all the time. They were observing people walking around, how they dressed, how they looked, how they cut their hair. Observation trumped education. Now you take those same children, you turn them into teenagers, and what are they observing about sexuality and romance and gender now? And if you and I are not engaging them and engaging them regularly, observation will trump education. And so way too often, from a counseling standpoint, I have families who I'm working with who say, but our children grew up in the church. They know God's way. But you're not having regular conversations to help them make sense out of the world around them, and the world and what they're observing is winning. It used to be that the hardest thing we had to teach our children about Christianity is it true? They're growing up in a world now where we have to teach them, is it even good? And you have to be proactive. All right, well, on that happy note, I am going to let you all take a break. How long is the break? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. All right, 10, 15 minutes, and you'll get called back.
Okay, if everyone wants to start making their way back into the sanctuary, that would be great.
Got some right there, yeah. Thanks. What time should I take a break?
Let's do 11, 10.
Perfect.
Okay, welcome back. Are y'all gleaning a lot? And yeah, is your cup overflowing? Mine's blowing. We have a few more people coming in, and I'll turn it back over to Julie.
Okay, so for this session, I'm going to try to get practical and talk about maybe what this looks like. And then we will have a Q&A as the last session, and actually that's the most fun one, because then you can really challenge me on how this applies, and we can think that through together, because there are so many unique situations to figure out. And probably there are things I'll say that will spark questions that I don't talk about. So I'm clearly having problems with the operating PowerPoint. I love this passage. This is actually a picture of our two daughters who are now in their 20s when we first got them. Proverbs 20, the purposes of a man's heart are like deep waters, but a man of understanding draws them out. That's what I believe you and I are called to do with our children. That wisdom says, I need to understand their strengths, their weaknesses, their temptations, where they're prone to struggle, what their vulnerabilities are. When a parent brings their child to counseling to me, one of the things I always say is, I guess I'm an expert. I usually think I'm not the expert. You're the expert. You know your child better than I know them. My job's just to help draw out what you already know. So you have hundreds of thousands of moments with your kids where you see what makes them happy or sad, what makes them surprised. You know how they're going to respond to things. The same with your husband or wife, right? Where sometimes people will say something to you and you're like, oh, I know exactly what my spouse will say to that. Why? Because you live with them. That's the same with our children, that often they come to counseling because there's either struggles or huge issues that have stemmed up or something traumatic, and sometimes it's just, I don't know how to parent this child, and their struggles. One of our sons has this great caught look when he's up to something bad. And I'll just look at him and I'll say, Will, did you do that? And he'll go, and he's like a deer in headlights, and I'll immediately know he did whatever it was I thought he did. And as the years have gone on, he's now turning 21 this month, he still has that caught look. But here's the thing, he gets over it really fast. So if I'm not looking at him in the face and watching his eyes, I'll miss it. Now, you could be standing in the room with me and hear me go, William, did you take the trash out? And I see the look, and he goes, yeah. I'm like, you're lying, go take the trash out. And you look at me and go, man, Julia's harsh. Because you didn't see the look. You don't know the look. And inevitably, he'll be like, oh, and he'll go take the trash out. Or the most common thing is, did you take the dog out like I asked? Uh-huh. No, you didn't. Go take the dog out. Why do I know that? Because I live with the boy. I've seen him thousands of hundreds of times. It was very sweet. A couple years ago for Mother's Day, he sent me a card, and in the card he said, to my mom, the unpaid therapist, and the human lie detector. Well, the funny thing is, he's 20, he still doesn't know that really he's the lie detector. Like, I'm just reading him well. That's what you and I bring to it, that the more we really invest in knowing our spouse and our kids, the more we understand, or we see something's off. Like, you ever walk in a room and your kids are acting a little squirrely? And you're like, I know I just walked into something. I don't know what I walked into, but I walked into something. I'm going to stop and pay attention. But the problem is, when you and I are too busy and we're living that fast food lifestyle, like, we don't have time to stop. We notice, but then we just keep moving on. And here's where I'm encouraging you that faithful parenting is work, right? It means that we're stopping, we're having conversations, we're investing in our kids. And so you'll hear me say all kinds of creative ideas, and here's one example. Because what I often hear parents say is, well, my child doesn't tell me anything. Well, maybe your question asking skills need to get a little better. Like, how was your day? Fine. What you do today? Nothing. Well, we've got to be drawing them out better. And so my kids are in their 20s, and I'll still get that short answers. And I'll say, well, so what's something good that happened today? I've got to be the one investing in asking them good questions and in pursuing them. And I always say, love pursues. Love doesn't stay stagnant. Love pursues. And even when my children act like they don't want me to pursue them, I still need to pursue them. They hit their teen years, and what teenager wants to admit that they like hanging out with their parent? Some do, but few and far between. You still pursue them. Love pursues. What does that look like? What does that mean? I hear parents say, well, my child won't tell me anything, whether they're shy or reserved or introverted, whether they're a teenager and you think they all think the same thing. Well, here's a great tidbit. When you don't think your child will tell you what's going on in their world, ask them what's going on in the world of their peers, and they will unload everything their friends are doing, right? So if I say to my boys in the car when they were in their teen years, I said, hey, tell me what 10th grade boys are talking about these days. They will dump on all of their friends. Mom, you wouldn't believe it. They're vaping in the bathrooms, and they're talking about this girl. Do you know I caught so-and-so cheating? And they're telling me about everything. Well, guess what I'm learning? I'm learning what my teenage boy is surrounded by right now. I'm learning what he's being influenced by. And so I'm starting out here. Tell me what 10th grade boys are talking about these days. And then I move in a little. Really? What do you think about that? Because now it doesn't feel personal, it feels objective to them. What do you think about that? Oh, I think that's really stupid. Or, hey, yeah, well, I understand why he did that. Oh, you do, huh? Have you ever been tempted to do that? Or have they ever asked you to vape with them? You see what I'm doing? I'm slowly moving in to say, and how do you feel about that? Are you ever tempted? What do you think makes you tempted in that way? No, I wouldn't be tempted to do that. I'd be tempted to cheat, but I wouldn't be tempted to vape. Oh, well, tell me what would make you tempted to cheat. You see how I started out here where it felt safe and comfortable for them to talk, and I'm slowly working my way in. Sneaky little parents that we are, right? But wisdom says you go where they're most willing to open up, and then you find entry gates or doors into their life where they're willing to talk and open up. And they're watching you, by the way. You think you and I are being sneaky, but they're watching how you and I handle it. And if I go on rampage over what 10th grade boys are doing in the bathrooms or what they're saying to each other in the locker room, and I just go on a full-blown inspirational talk rant, do you think they're going to tell me what they think? They're not. So our approach, how we parent, how we invite in conversation and dialogue is going to be really important. Oh, and I just did it again. Okay. So parenting according to the needs of our home doesn't mean we compromise biblical truths. Here, you hear me say it again, we contextualize it. So, for example, what are some of your parenting preferences? What do I mean by that? I'll give you a couple examples up there. I want you to think of preferences, like I'm a morning person. My preference would be everybody's a morning person at my home. And everybody goes to bed by 9 o'clock, so I can go to bed if I want to. Well, guess what happens when you have 7 people in one house? They are not all going to be on your same routine and schedule. So we see this in marriage, right? Somebody's a night owl, somebody's a morning person, people are grumpy, when are you going to spend time together? You learn to adopt and work with people that are different. So my kids can be night people and I can be a morning people. Or some of my kids can be morning people and some be night people. But good parenting means I'm probably going to stay up till it's time for them to go to bed. What's a normal, healthy time for them to go to bed? As they get older and they want to stay up later, just because I'd rather be in bed at 8 o'clock at night does not mean I make my 15 or 16-year-old go to bed at 8 o'clock at night, right? Though maybe some of you would. It's things like scheduling or house rules or family values or routines. If my child says, Mom, I really rather do my devotions at night than the morning because I'm not awake yet, and I go, nope, biblical. Being biblical means you have to have devotions in the morning. Every morning, you have to get up. And I don't give liberty for them to be different. Or we would talk about chores. It's non-negotiable. You're part of this family. We do chores. I'll give you a list of chores, and you can pick which 2 you like the most. I can give flexibility. I can say you don't want to do it when you first come home, and you have these 3 good reasons why you don't want to do it. Okay, well, you can do it then after dinner. You see, there is a lot of flexibility we can give our kids where they see us being reasonable. It doesn't mean they get out of rules or schedules or routines or the right thing to do, but it means sometimes we draw hard lines on things we don't need to draw hard lines on. That maybe is my preference. Silly examples, I can remember when my daughters started having their own taste in clothes when they were little. And I would try to dress them in a turtleneck or something that I thought was cute, and they would hate it, and I would try to make them do it. And after a while, I'd be like, why am I doing that? Like, they don't have to like turtlenecks because I like turtlenecks. They don't have to, you're giving them freedom to be who they are while still having guardrails and structures around themselves. And so you and I have to always stop and say, there have been multiple times, and I think I'm pretty laid back that way, and my kids over and over again demonstrate I'm not. And there are times where I even catch myself going, okay, that's valid. When is that just my preference? I'd rather they do it this way. But it's not actually a mandate or a right or wrong issue. And do we give flexibility for that? When are things good and beneficial, rules and structures? When do they become harmful? So I talk about negotiables and non-negotiables. That could be schedules. Like it's non-negotiable you go to school. Or it's non-negotiable you're not staying up till midnight. or it's negotiable, whether you do this chore or that chore, versus what I find being a preference. So I'm always asking, is it good and beneficial? Is it harmful? Where is there flexibility? Where shouldn't there be flexibility? We often tell our kids, listen, you can tell us if you think something unfair is unfair as long as you do it respectfully. And we may not still agree. That doesn't mean you get your way. It means we're willing to dialogue. If you think a rule's unfair or we're not understanding something or there should be flexibility, okay, you come up with a good reason. And I've had a couple of kids develop PowerPoints about why they thought they needed phones and all kinds of things and very structured. And it was very comical and humorous, knowing the whole time, I'm still going to say no, but I actually appreciate it. You get an A for effort for trying. Are you willing to challenge some of your fixed ideas on how godly family works? Again, where you tend to see this a lot is kids with disabilities, right? Or structures where, I'm drawing a blank actually at the moment. You think of family values. So in our home, a family value is serving. We serve others. We have an open home. Our home was our ministry. So fostering, inviting people in to live with us was part of the culture of our home. That doesn't mean we assume that should be everybody's home. Matter of fact, some people probably shouldn't be foster parents, though we should all be supportive of foster parents, right? We said this was a family value for us. Our children were along for the ride, whether they wanted to be part of that home or not, right? That was non-negotiable because they had to trust that if God brought two parents who believe this is what they put on their hearts, then it's obviously part of your experience too. There will come a day they might be standing in front of you saying, we hated the fact that my mom and dad did this. Maybe. All I can do is faithfully live out to the best of our abilities, right? It's also very sweet, though, when some of my kids come back now, and my son, William, I tell the most funny stories about because he's totally open to it. He doesn't get embarrassed by it. It's like, sure, tell that story. He has on several occasions come back and said, Mom, I look back, and man, I was a tough kid in high school. Like, yeah, you were. I said, but what else don't I know that you want to tell me now that you're older? And it's sweet where they can look back now and they say, yeah, I thought that was dumb. I hated that rule, but yeah, I'll probably do that with my kids. Or, here's the judgmental side. They're like, I'm going to be so much more strict with my kids than you were with us. And my eyes about pop out of my head when they say stuff like that. You never know. But see, if I'm concerned about their opinion of me or even their outcome, even that can undo me, right? We can be driven by our kids wanting us to like them or think well of us. I want them to know I love them, but I have to be strong enough to be okay when they don't like me for it, and when they don't think well of me, and when they badmouth me to other people, which they will do, because they're going to want somebody to side with their views. And so they're very quick to throw you and I under the bus when somebody else agrees with what they think they should be getting and you're not being fair. So don't hear me say, you give up your parenting preferences for your kids, but you are hearing me say, love sacrifices, love pursues. Love says, is this my preference or is God really calling me to shepherd and parent my children with these rules and these guidelines? And there is a lot of freedom. And there are guidelines or rules we used to think through major versus minor things. And here's where you hear me starting getting practical. So when our kids were young, we had 4 kids all under the age of 5 in our first year of marriage. My poor husband, he's still sane after I did that to him. And he was obviously on board too. But 4 kids under the age of 5 within your first year of marriage. There are places we would go where we would get all kinds of comments like, wow, you were really busy for 4 years. Or, hey, you look really good for having 4 children. And I would always feel the need to have to explain to people, oh, no, I wasn't pregnant, or, oh, no, they're adopted. And after a while, my husband is like, why do you feel like you have to keep explaining to people? I don't know, it feels disingenuous or like I'm lying. But you're right, like I don't need to explain this to perfect strangers or waiters or waitresses. So after a while, I would just blow it off and go, yeah. You've been really busy. Yeah. You look great for 4 children. Thank you. And I would just blow up the questions and answer them as they go. And one time we had a little baby. He was literally 4 days old, right out of the hospital. We had him for a brief period of time, but I was in a Trader Joe's checking out, and wouldn't you know, the cashier was pregnant. And she was so excited to see a newborn baby and to talk about babies. And so as I'm bagging up, she's asking me questions like, how much does he weigh when he was born? How old was it? Was it a tough pregnancy? And I'm like, no, it wasn't a tough pregnancy. And no this and no. And at some point she said, well, where did you give birth? And for the life of me, I drew a blank. And for whatever reason at that moment, it felt like I was just outright lying to her. Although I was lying to her the entire time, by the way. But I couldn't think of a hospital. I just drew a complete mental blank. Couldn't think of a hospital. I felt bad because I'm like, oh my goodness, I've never given birth to any of my children. I don't even know what hospital. And as I'm thinking about this, I couldn't come up with an answer. And so all I did was look at her and go, I'm sorry, this isn't my baby. And I just kept bagging up later. I'm surprised she didn't call like 911 right there and there. I forgot why I was even telling you that story. There was a point to the story, and I lost it. All kinds of funny, I'll tell you one more since I'm on the ramble for a moment. When my husband and I were engaged, I don't even know if we were engaged, but I think we were engaged. We were attending church, and he would come pick me up and the girls up, so 2 little girls walking to church. We looked like a family. And we were coming out of church one day, and a family was walking out with us, and so they were talking to us, and we were introducing each other. And they said, well, where do you guys live? And I said, oh, I live in Flowertown. And Greg goes, yeah, I live in Mount Airy. And you saw this confused look come over their face. We go, oh, we're not married. And they looked at the girls, and I went, oh, and they're not our kids. You saw them just go, oh, never mind. And poor people, I never even bothered to explain it to them, because you have all kinds of funny things that would happen to us, accidentally or not accidentally. But then there were a lot of really hard stories of people judging us or misrepresenting us, or even right as we were engaged, my husband had a couple situations where people would come up and say, so did you have children out of wedlock, or are you marrying a woman who had children out of wedlock? You see, they're innocent questions. There's nothing wrong with them. But we will often avoid hard situations and hard conversations for fear of those kind of conversations. Instead of going, people will misunderstand, people will make wrong conclusions, and I can live in fear of those things, or to try to head those off before they happen, or I can just say, you know what, we're going to do our family to the best of our ability. This is who we are. And whether people judge us or don't judge us, whether they think well of us or ill of us. And my husband would tell stories about people coming up going, you must be saints. You guys must be angels doing God's work by taking children in. And he would get incredibly uncomfortable with that because we're not. We're all called to give of ourselves and die of ourselves. This is just the way we chose to do it. And we weren't always doing it that well either. I would live the opposite in fear of everybody's criticism and judgment and knowing what people are thinking as my children are acting out and behaving badly. That's not a way to live either. That we have got to say, if this is what God has called us to, if these are the children God has given us, biological or not, we trust that God knew we needed this. And we trust that God is at work in us and through us. He's at work in our hearts and our children's hearts, and he's at work at the people around us who are watching how we live our family life out around us. And but for the grace of God go I. That there could be any circumstance and every situation under the sun, and you and I learn to walk it wisely, trusting the Lord is God in every situation he's in. And so I'm always willing to say, all right, this is a child that God's put in my life. Sometimes you can look at your kids and say, well, they act just like their father, or they act just like their mother. And you ask, what does loving them look like? How do they receive discipline? How do they receive correction? When do I need to show grace? When is showing grace not helpful to them? Wisdom asks those questions, that we don't discipline our kids all the same way. So, for example, our 2 daughters, when they came to us, their past experiences, they would tend to eat seconds and thirds. They didn't have a filter for how they would eat. Their 2 brothers, who are biological brothers, came from severe neglect. They were actually undernourished. They were considered failure to thrive. One of the boys, half of their teeth were missing from bottle rot. We would go to the doctor's office with all of them, and the doctor would say, the girls, you need to probably limit some of their sugar intake. You need to watch what they're eating. They look at the boys and say, you need to put on some meat on these boys. And so they talk about giving Ensure or giving them extras and seconds while telling us, don't give extras and seconds to your girls. And so I would sit there at the mealtime dinner going, oh my goodness, how am I going to talk about this? One, we're trying to shove food on. The other, we're trying to take food away. We're going to mess them all up by the end of dinner time. They're all going to have eating disorders. And finding wisdom to say, listen, guys, so this is a silly example, but it's one that we come across in our parenting, why we let one child have freedoms that we don't let another child have. And how do we say it in ways that don't harm both? And so in that example, we were always trying to walk around. We don't want our girls to think that they're overweight or to treat them that way. So we'd say, listen, guys, for all of us in the home, we're not going to do seconds. We're going to give you a healthy amount on your plate, make sure your bellies are full, and then we're not going to have seconds. But for these two boys, the doctor actually said they need seconds, that they're not healthy, and healthy means they need to eat seconds. And we still got the, it's not fair. Why do they get seconds? But we were able to find ways to talk about it that didn't make it about weight or body image, but made it about what's healthy. What does the doctor say you need? But sometimes we'll just avoid all that because what's the formula? Well, we'll just let everybody eat what they want, or we'll just make everybody only have one plate of food. Instead of the wisdom that says, how do we discern this? How do we think through this? Now, that's a very silly example, but it's a good example in parenting of how we just want to make it easy across the board, make it fair, make it easy for everybody, rather than saying, no, we need to do what's good for each child. But that also means we need to be winsome, creative sometimes, and certainly thoughtful in the way we communicate that to our kids as well. One of our sons has a vision impairment. He has an iPad. Because of modern technology, he was able to function in regular schools, where 10 years ago, he probably would have had to been in a school for the blind. It was a gift. Now, imagine one child in your home who has a brand new iPad and none of the other kids are allowed to have one. One of his siblings actually said, I wish I was blind so I could have an iPad. Really. You see how we move to it's not fair in all the wrong ways? But it's also talking through, why do we let one person have one thing, we don't let another have another? Why does this person get privileges and this person doesn't get privilege? Because wisdom says we parent you according to your needs, not according to what the rest of the world is doing or other families are doing or what this book is saying, but we know you. And we'll make mistakes and we'll be open to thinking things through, but we love you. So I'm being an expert at knowing my children, but at some point, I also need to hold a mirror up to them so that they know themselves, right? It's not just enough that you and I understand our kids well. That's hard and a lot of work. But now you need to, at some point, help them understand their own hearts, know where they're prone to wander or fall into temptation or what their weaknesses may be. So one of the ways I like to think of it as seeing your child as a puzzle. What do you do with a puzzle? You dump it out on the table, and how do you start putting it together? The edges, right? You start with the things that are easy to discern. What are the edges? Our children don't come out of the womb blank slates. They come out with personalities, right? And many of you can think about it, they came out so placid and calm and relaxed and chilled, or you're like, they came out screaming and they haven't stopped for 6 years. Kids have their own temperament and personalities. And so you begin with the edges. What are things we know to be true about them? They're an introvert, they're an extrovert, they're a social butterfly. They don't like loud noises. They like to eat a lot. They don't like to eat. They never sleep. You start with the things you know. And then the rest of your parenting journey is filling in the middle. How do these pieces fit together? Where do they fit? And for sure, there are times in our parenting where we've taken two pieces and we've gone, oh, they act this way because, and we put the pieces together. Only to 6 months later, pick up a different piece and go, oh no, that's not what was going on. This is why they were doing what they were doing. And we inadvertently put the wrong pieces together. I also like the example of connect the dots. Think for a minute of a connect the dots picture, and if I wiped off half of the numbers of the connect the dots, what would happen? And I gave it all to you guys, and I actually do this when I'm teaching sometimes. I'll give you a connect the dots, half of the numbers are missing, and I say, now have at it, figure out the picture. And you begin connecting dots. Are you going to connect all the dots accurately? No. Some of you will come up with a rocket. Some of you will come up with a unicorn. Some of you will come up with a house. Some of you will come up with a koala bear. How is that everybody came up with a very different picture? We're connecting the dots in ways that make sense to us. Now, this happens in parenting all the time between husbands and wives, right? And my husband will often come do these seminars with me, and we'll talk about examples in our parenting where we are aligned together in how we think about parenting. And there might just be small discrepancies in how we approach things differently. And some of our children will drive a Mack truck through those differences. They'll see that we're not completely aligned, and they'll go and wedge it in, and they'll do everything they can to split us up. And before you know it, they've convinced my husband to let them do something that they already heard me say no to 3 times. And they're manipulating, and they're pitting us against each other. Why? Because if he and I are arguing, they're off the hook, right? So it's always thinking through, too, that you can be aligned and on the same page, but connect the dots differently. And so my husband and I have these conversations with some of our kids' behavior. When is it brokenness? When is it more serious? When is it manipulation? When is it miscommunication? As parents, you will not see things the same way. You will connect the dots differently. And so there are a couple things I recommend. One is that you commit to saying, do we both want what's best for the child? If so, then what happens is I put my daughter right here in the middle, and even though my husband and I are coming from it for different directions, are we going to be moving towards each other? Absolutely. So we might still approach life differently. At any given moment, I might be the gracious one, and he's ready to discipline and angry at one of them. And then the next day, it's me who's mad and want to discipline, and he's more calm and gracious in the moment. That's why God gave us each other, because we sometimes balance each other out and drive each other crazy. But whenever we put our children's needs in the middle and we're both moving towards that, then it's not about whether I'm right or he's right. It's about, are we understanding our child in the right way? And then we both have our hands open to saying, all right, well, maybe you're right. If you are right, what's the worst that's going to happen? What's the worst that's going to happen if I'm right or wrong? And you see, when you're asking those questions, then all of a sudden it's not about me and I know I'm seeing this right and you need to see it the way I'm seeing it. Now it's about, well, if we really care about our son or daughter, what do we think they need? And though you think he needs something different than what I think he needs, we're talking it out now in a way that's much more conciliatory than who's right and who's seeing it accurately. So parenting is challenging because you're picking up pieces, and you both might pick up a piece and say, I think this is why they're acting this way. And you go, nope, I see this piece. I think this is why they're acting that way. And because there's not a full picture, you don't always know. And so is there a humility that we're always willing to say, all right, I'm willing to be wrong, but let's debate it out. Let's talk it out. And when you take that approach, you also realize our children are not fully formed. They're still developing. The story and the picture is still being written. So it is important that we hold it loosely. It is important that we ask, all right, what else don't we know yet? And right now, this seems to make sense. So we're going to operate on that based on the fact that it makes sense. But later on down the road, it might not. Silly example. Our son with a vision impairment. Before we even knew he had a vision impairment, he had one. And he was compensating. He must have been 9 or 10 years old. And he would compensate by looking at you out of his peripheral. But in our mind, he was staring off into space, not looking at us. And so multiple times my husband would say, Andrew, I said, look at me. Look at me in the eyes when I'm talking to you. And he'd be like, I am looking at you in the eyes. No, you're not looking at me in the eyes. Well, in hindsight, guess how horrible he felt. Or our son Andrew, when he was walking down the steps, he would glide his hand down the steps like that. And it would drive us crazy. Stop putting your fingers on the paint on the wall. Stop leaving paint smudges. Until we had a vision specialist in our home who was talking about, oh yeah, that's called trailing. That's what kids do when they can't see clearly. They just put their hand on the wall or an object so that they're remaining stable. And I'm like, oh, I'm an awful parent. Here I've been scolding him for things that were naturally his ways of adapting to a disability, and we had no idea. That's God's grace too, by the way, that we don't always know, and that's why it's so much better that I'm humble than I'm perfect. Because if I'm perfect, I can't admit that I failed and that I was punishing you or scolding you for things you shouldn't have been scolded for. Humility says, honey, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. And our kids are modeled grace and humility that they can then be and model because they've seen it modeled by their parents. That is far better than perfection. Having humble parents who can own when they're wrong is a gift because it will make children who are humble and can be wrong as well. Here's another way of looking at it. So I'll give you a couple of different pictures. So our children are all image bearers. They also have sinful human nature, right? They're little sinners. They also have these two things going on the side, which is why we need to parent them differently. They have creational differences and they have situational differences. What's situational? Things like their experiences, their strengths or weaknesses, sufferings, personal histories. Then you have creational differences. So some of you will say, my kids all grew up in the exact same home with the exact same parents, with the exact same rules. They should all be acting the same. But we have creational differences where they have strengths and weaknesses. They have ways they see the world around them. They have hidden temptations and places where they have fear of man, or they're risk takers, or they're not risk takers, or whatever it might be, which is why parenting them all the exact same way is not helpful. Now, that doesn't mean we have 1,000 different rules in our home. We have principally the same rules. You don't mistreat each other. You're respectful. We're a family. We work together. We do chores together. But then there's a whole lot of freedom to say situationally and creationally they're different. And so what we allow or don't allow is going to be different as well. Here's another way of looking at this. One of my colleagues, Mike Emlett, has come up with this triangle about understanding how as people, we are all sinners, we're all sufferers, and we're all saints, meaning we're all image bearers. We're all sufferers. We live in a broken, fallen world where we're all touched by suffering. And we're all sinners. We all struggle with sinful human nature, but we don't all sin in the same way. We're all different. And that's where, in the middle, I add the individual that I don't think we talk about enough, especially with kids. So kids are image bearers, they're sufferers, they have to deal with hard things, and they're sinners. They have volition and a will, and some of them a very strong will at that. But they're also all individuals. They all have different strengths and weaknesses and aptitudes and differences. And that's where you and I need to be well at helping. We have to be exceptionally good at helping them shepherd who they are. You and I shepherd who they are, but then we hold that mirror up to help them know themselves well so that they can live faithfully before the Lord. Not all of our children are going to be engineers and lawyers and brain surgeons. Some of our kids are going to be, They're going to be city workers, trash collectors, and they will live faithfully and honor the Lord because that is what they're gifted at and do. But we don't often give expression to be, how has God wired you? What hobbies, what interests, what aptitudes, what gifts, what weaknesses that mean you never can be somebody that ends up at Harvard? Are we giving our children freedom to be who God wired them to be and helping them to find their uniqueness and to live that out as faithfully as they can? Here's where we struggle. And so, again, I'll try to get practical, which is why during the Q&A you guys can ask questions about this. But one of the questions I get a lot in counseling, and as a parent we can struggle a lot with is, all right, is this a character weakness? Is this sinful behavior? Or is this inability? You take a child with ADHD as a great example of that, right? Where they're just being willfully defiant. Or you have a parent who goes, well, they just can't help it. They have low attention span or they're forgetful. And so sometimes we excuse sin as personality traits. Well, they're just inattentive. They can't do that. Or they're just forgetful, so they never have to remember their homework. Or you go the opposite way and you say, there's no tolerance. You forgot your homework. That's wrong. It's sinful. You're punished. And we come down overly harsh on our children. Wisdom says, I need to know my own child, because kids do both, right? Kids will intentionally leave their books and their homework at school so they don't have to do it. And then there are kids where they're just weak. So for example, so you have character, developed traits. Those are the traits of honesty and integrity and patience and kindness. And then you have temperamental strengths like introvert versus extrovert, more passive or aggressive, a leader or a follower. Those generally are innate qualities that our kids are born with, they come with. But then as you see the circles combined, we have questionable things that we're always asking, is this a character issue or is it a temperament issue? So empathy and sensitivity, would you consider it character or temperamental? You take a child on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, they have low empathy. Would you say that's a character weakness, a character trait, a moral issue for them? You probably shouldn't. You should say, no, it is a weakness in them. It's something they are not naturally good at. So, as a parent, am I just going to say, oh, they just don't have empathy? No. I'm going to say they struggle with empathy or sensitivity, but I am going to work at equipping them with that. I'm going to work at helping them grow in that. How about a disorganized child? My husband, if you were here, would tell you, yeah, I have ADD. I'm a little forgetful. And on occasions, children have been left at schools and places because of his ADD. Do I get mad at him for it? Never. Can it create marital conflict? Probably. Except if you understand this is his weakness. So I can get mad at him all I want. It's not going to make him more prone to remember. If anything, it's just going to make him stressed out to talk to me, right? Or he can get frustrated at me when I pick up the phone and say, hey, don't forget to pick Connor up from school today. And he's like, you've told me that 3 times now today. Yep. And I'll probably text you 2 more times before 4 o'clock. Why? Because I care that he doesn't leave our child stuck at school. Or, I mean, this is a great example even in marriage, right? Where we have strengths and weaknesses. I have plenty of them too. One of them, which is a funny, stupid one, is he loves good meat. And if he wants to grill a steak or something, he knows, do not send Julie to the store to get the steak. Because Julie will forever, for whatever reason in my brain, I cannot remember ribeye from flank, from whatever. And by the time I get to the store, if he hasn't texted to me or sent a picture, I'm going to already forget what he asked for. And it drives him crazy. And I'll laugh about it. I say, I don't know why, 1, you keep sending me to do this. And 2, what's getting mad at me going to do? It's not going to make me remember the steak any bit more, right? It's only going to make me more stressed out about it. And so I'll go to Costco and I'll have him on FaceTime going, this steak? How about this steak? This steak? How about this steak? Right? Because wisdom says you adapt to people's strengths and weaknesses. The things that you found cute when you were dating all of a sudden aren't cute when you're married anymore, right? The same with your children. What's cute when they're 6 or 7 years old isn't cute when they're 16 or 17 years old. But you're always trying to discern, is it a character issue or is it a temperamental? Is it strengths or weaknesses? Our children don't get a pass from learning to be organized. We don't say, well, I'm just not an organized kid, so I can keep my room like a pig pen. But it does mean I'm going to be more gracious about his room. It does mean I'm not just going to send them in there and ground them for the next 5 years until their room is clean, because it's not a strength of theirs. And it would be incredibly unloving. The more loving thing would be for me to say, buddy, you do have to clean your room today, but guess what? I'll go in there and I'll help you. And I'll help you organize it because it's not your strength. See, as parents, when we're running by formula, this would look very different. Or if I'm so caught up in how busy my life is, I find their weaknesses, frustrations, and annoyances that I respond to out of anger rather than grace and patience. And then our children grow up to think there's something wrong with them, or they grow up to be ungracious and impatient and angry as well. That we can't parent without slowing down enough to say, I have to be okay with the fact that they make my life a little harder. And I also have to be okay with now I need to learn the skills to help them know how to work based on their weaknesses, just like I want my husband and my kids to be patient with my strengths and weaknesses. It goes both ways. That's modeling godliness in our home life. Rather than this hierarchical, even though I believe in an authority, I'm not lording my authority over my children. I'm walking alongside and serving them in my authority to help them be the people God is calling them to be, not the people I want them to be. Oh, I keep doing this. So, things we have to ask. What are our values, priorities that we want to inform our lifestyle? So I gave you guys, use us as an example, we wanted an open home. I don't think everybody needs to have an open home. Some people, ministry and serving means we go out to soup kitchens and to feed the homeless, and we go on missions trips. Beautiful. Actually, I would go, yes, I would love to do that too, but I can't take 3 foster children on missions trips. I can't go out of state half the time with them. There are ways where the ministry we chose makes us say that that can't be a family value in our home, not because our value is better than your value, but because we're called to different things. Again, see, in the church, this is where we tend to judge each other as well. Like how I'm living our family life and what we're modeling to our kids is so much better. Like this is the standard. Instead of saying it's not the standard, it's a standard. It's a way of living life out. Everybody in this room should be living their life out very differently than each other. That's the body at work, right? We don't all do the same things. Yet we judge and critique each other, and sometimes we judge our own homes because we think they should be like somebody else. Instead of saying, this is just how God wired us. What do you do with a family that grows up in the military where they have to travel or they have to pick up and leave and move? What do you do with a child with such a serious disability that you have to move close to a teaching hospital and that becomes your world and your world revolves around the needs of one particular person in the home? How do you reach out to the other people in your home? They're wisdom issues that looking at another family can't provide for you. That it means you rely on the Lord to say, what does it look like to love my family well based on the needs of the people in this home? Not the needs of people in other homes or the way other people do family life, but how you're calling us to do it. I already talked about the temptation to occupy rather than engage and evaluating honestly the needs. And again, protecting against that fast food lifestyle. Yeah, I'll wait on that. So I love this quote. I think it comes from Josh McDowell. If anybody ever knows, you can tell me because I'm probably plagiarizing it left and right, but it's not my quote. Rules without relationship equals rebellion. So rules, all about family. Here's the rules. Here's what it means to be a Christian family. Here's what it means that you act a certain way, be a certain way. It does not produce trust. It produces rebellion. But interestingly, we can switch those two, and I say the same thing happens. Relationship with no rules also equals rebellion. Children who are given to themselves and have no curfews and no rules will maybe like it at first, but at some point they'll ask the question, does my mom and dad even love me? Do they care where I'm at? Do they care if I come home tonight? That here is biblical principles being modeled, that God gave us a life and a way in which to live. I often, for teenagers or kids, will use the example of a cell phone, and I'll say something like, what can the cell phone do? And I would have to warm you guys up for a good 2 minutes. There's an app for that. It can order me plane tickets. It can order me dinner, which is awesome. It can now write my homework, which is not a good idea. It can do all kinds of cool things, right? Now let's talk about what can't the iPhone do. Can the iPhone make you dinner? can order it, can't make it. Can the iPhone take pictures underwater in the ocean? Actually, some of them probably soon can. If I take this in the ocean because I think, hey, I'm going swimming with dolphins, I really want to get pictures, I'm going to take my iPhone into the ocean and get pictures. What's going to happen to it? It's probably going to be corrupted. Salt water is going to get into all these little holes. It's going to stop working. What if I said, I want my iPhone to be able to drop it off a 10-story building and get a cool video of it going down? Okay, you can do that. It's going to be broken when you go get it. What if I'm trying to take it in the ocean or I'm trying to do that with it and I get really mad and say, well, that's stupid. It should be able to go in the ocean. I should be able to do that. Who are you to tell me I can't do that? What if I were to call up Apple and ask to talk to somebody and say, I'm really ticked off that you created a phone that could be broken. Like, I want to be able to take it in the ocean. I want to be able to throw it off a roof and get some cool video. What is wrong with you? Why did you create it that way? What response would you expect to get? You're an idiot, or they may hang up on you, or if you get a polite person, they may say, this is user error. This was not the way it was created. Anytime you go outside the way the phone was created to be used, it will break. It won't deliver. You can do it, but you're the error here, not the phone, right? However, we do this with God all the time. Teenagers do that with sex and gender and all kinds of things, but we do it too, where we say, but I want to live life my way. I want to live life the way I want to live it. And God is saying, you can do that, but it will be broken. It will not deliver what it promises. It won't work right, and it will be user error. God created life to be lived a certain way. Rules exist because rules keep us safe, because it makes things work the way they're supposed to. And you can go outside the way the phone's supposed to be used, but it will break. It won't deliver. You can go outside the way God created life to be lived, but it won't deliver what it promises. See, that's a great message for my kids to say, you're not okay because of the rules. But God did create life to be lived a certain way, and you can go outside that. You can disobey, you can lie, you can do all these things, but it will hurt you. It won't deliver what it promises. And what I'm doing is I'm giving them agency. I'm actually saying it's not my job to control you, but it is my job to maintain the rules, to teach you about God and his ways, and to call you out on what you're doing wrong. But then it's between you and the Lord, whether you walk with him and serve him. See how that's very different than a lot of parenting approaches. That I actually want to give my children control in the ways I can, to say, there will be consequences. You will have choices. There are things we will make you do. But at the end of the day, I can't make you love the Lord. That's between you and him. But here's going to be the consequences if you don't. Here's what will be happening. And that I care about maintaining relationship and modeling relationship, because that's what God wants. God wants relationship with them, not just rule followers. John Bunyan says, if parents carry discipline lovingly towards their children, mixing their mercies with loving rebukes and their loving rebukes with fatherly and motherly compassions, they are more likely to save their children than being churlish and severe towards them. Again, if you want, you can take a picture of this. I'm not going to read through it, but discipline. Why discipline? And we are living in an age where that is a question parents are asking. What is the point of discipline? Why do we discipline? And so I want to think about that for a minute. I'm going to jump ahead. Whoop. If I can operate this thing. When rules are broken, so let me just talk a little bit about discipline. We say in our home, there are no white sheep, we're all black sheep. We all need Jesus. We're all sinners. We're all struggle. We all need the Lord. Anger in parents, that's the number one killer to good discipline, is our own anger. And if I wait till I'm angry to discipline, all my kids see is my emotion, my reaction, not their behavior. And they miss what they've done. Forgiveness is essential. I want my kids to always hear, and even to this day, it's sometimes tempting when my son comes up to me and goes, Mom, I'm really sorry I was grumpy with you this morning. And it's right there to say, yeah, that was really rude, and you shouldn't have done it, and to go into lecture mode or inspirational talk mode. Instead of just going, all right, I forgive you. I want my kids, the first thing they hear out of my mouth to be, I forgive you. Now, that doesn't mean you and I can't have a follow-up conversation or that there's not more to be said, but is my posture always, of course, I will always forgive you. And then I'm often biting my lip to not go into lecture mode after that. Because our first instinct is to lecture instead of just saying, I love you, yes, of course I forgive you. And again, that doesn't mean there aren't follow-up conversations. It just means you and I have to guard our own hearts to, is our first instinct to lecture? Or is our first instinct to restore a relationship? And will it encourage our children to come to us the next time if we respond with a lecture? Then assessing family rules for good habits versus good character, assessing major versus minor. So again, 4 kids under the age of 5 in our first year of marriage. It was like herding cats. They had all kinds of behaviors. We would say 100 times, go get your shoes on, go get your shoes on. Please go get your shoes on. Can you go brush your teeth? You didn't brush your teeth yet. Go brush your teeth. Stop yelling at this person. You need to stop pulling on the dog's tail. Can you please do this? And before you know it, your tension is rising, right? Or at the dining room table, dinners were like mass chaos with 4 little kids who had bad table manners, were interrupting each other, all wanted to talk, and continuing to have to repeat yourself, which is usually where parents will start to lose their temper. And I realized very early on, I'm like, wait a minute, like, I'm getting frustrated because they're chewing with their mouth open, and I feel like I want to get mad at them for that when that's a lot different than being mean to their sibling or pulling the family dog's tail. And so I started having to think through what's major versus minor. Like major issues were character issues, right? Things like harming others, cursing, disrespect, whatever it might be. Minor issues were brushing your teeth, putting on your deodorant, making your bed, not interrupting at dinner. They all needed correction. But I had to, in my own heart, discern the difference between good habit forming versus really character issues that were concerning and alarming, and not lose my temper over the habit forming stuff that I was saying 1,000 times a day, and treating it all equal. So thinking through, what are the things that frustrate me? Why do they frustrate me? What are the things I tend to react to, and why? And is my reaction helping or hurting the situation? Very practical way we did it, which might or may not work for you, but practical way we thought about that as the kids were younger is, so we have 4 young kids, they're all in their toddlers, they're all learning to say the same thing, and either if I'm going to repeat myself 100 times, they'll learn to let me repeat myself 100 times before they have to obey, right? Or if the 5th time is the time Mom's going to get angry, well, maybe we'll make her repeat it up to 4 times because we know the 5th time will be punished. All kinds of ways our kids learn to read us and we learn to read our kids. And so that's when we tend to overreact. And before you know it, we're grounding our children until they're 32, right? That's it, you're going to bed tomorrow night. That's it, you're going to bed next night. That's it, you're going to bed for the next 24 years of your life. And we overreact to things because we feel like we don't have anything to do. So what does it look like to think through even just consequences with young children? Can be old children. Well, one of the ways I thought about this is I sat down with my husband and we talked it through, and I said, for minor things like interrupting, or I told you to brush your teeth now twice, because I would often give the benefit of the doubt. There's lots of people that say obedience is immediate, and I do actually believe that. But I also believe kids are distractible. And so if I'm not sure if you heard, if I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, okay, I'll repeat myself 2 times, maybe sometimes even 3 if I have a reason to think it. But we would say to our kids, we sat down at a dining room table when nobody was mad, nobody was getting punished, and we said, listen, guys, new rule we're going to have. We're repeating ourselves a lot, and you guys are learning not to listen, or we shouldn't have to say 100 times to take your shoes upstairs or to brush your teeth in the morning. So you need to know if we tell you once and you don't obey, we're going to go, that's 15 minutes. And what that means is you're going to go to bed 15 minutes early tonight. Why do I say that? Because we're probably going to tell you 3 times to brush your teeth. And every time I tell you and you don't obey me, it's going to be another 15 minutes. So that incrementally, they're getting a consequence every time they disobey. It's a small incremental consequence. And because I know I'm probably going to have to repeat it 5 more times or 5 different things to them, now instead of being grounded for 5 weeks, they're only going to bed an hour and 15 minutes early. So we're out at Target and they're misbehaving. That's 15 minutes. We're at church and they're doing something they're not allowed to do, and I go, that's 15 minutes. They are getting an immediate consequence. You're not losing your temper. You're not angry at them. You don't feel ill-equipped to be like, wait till they get in the car, they're going to hear it from me. Like, you're responding immediate. It's a consequence that doesn't feel over the top or crazy or something you can't enforce. So again, we're talking about younger children here. But even as our kids got older into middle school, we might say things like, well, that's a half an hour, you're going to bed early. Or that's a half an hour of no electronics. So it doesn't have to be going to bed. It's not a magic pill. But a couple of principles here are this. We want it to discern minor versus major. We want it to not over-punish, or we want it to not lose our temper. That it took 2 weeks for us. Because, they're learning it, they're testing it, they're going to see, is mom really going to do it? And with some of our kids, like a one warning or a 1 15-minute was all they needed. For some of our kids, it was, nope, they were going to bed an hour or sometimes 2 hours early by the end of the night because it was all over the place. And so I was keeping track of how many 15 minutes did I give that one? That was 5. All right, that equals how many times they're going to bed early? Now, some parents would say, Julie, you don't understand, like we're night owls, we're all out, we're out and active at night, that would never work. And I go, but the principle's there, right? 10 minutes of no TV, or 10 minutes of sitting on your bed, or 15 minutes. I don't care what the time frame is. We can argue what's appropriate time frame. It doesn't matter. It's the principle, right? If I'm out and about and I say that's 10 minutes, and my child knows when I get home I'm going to have to sit in my bed for 10 minutes, or that means I'm off of electronics for 10 minutes, and incrementally it's adding up, they're learning. They're learning self-discipline, they're learning consequence, you're not losing your cool, you're not getting angry, you're immediately addressing the behavior, and you're moving on. It's a win-win, right? Going to bed early, I realized very early on, oh my goodness, my kids are getting extra sleep, and I'm getting an extra hour of peace and quiet at night. Why did I not think of this years ago? No, that's not why we do it. But you understand there's also wisdom in saying our kids learn, and they see parents who are calm, parents who are responsive. Let me add to that now. So I say a child's going to bed an hour early. They know they've gotten in a lot of trouble in the morning, a lot of corrections, and by afternoon they're being sweet as pie. Mom, can I help you clean? Mom, can I do the dishes? Mom, can I do this? Mom, if I do all this, can I stay up? Will you take away my hour? Please, please, will you show me grace? That word grace has been misused in our home way too many times. Because we have said, well, honey, we have seen our kids like bounce back from bad behavior, and we've wanted to show grace. I'm like, buddy, you had such a really good day. Guess what? I'm not going to make you go to bed early tonight as a result. Well, the next day, guess what's going to happen? Please show me grace. Please show me grace. And me going, when am I showing grace, and when am I showing I can act however I want and get out of it 2 hours later, right? There's the wisdom issue. That there are going to be days where I'm like, yeah, actually, I can show you grace. And there are going to be days where, no, actually, you need to face the consequences. Or I've now developed a bad habit in my kids. Those are wisdom issues. Wouldn't it be so much easier if I gave you a book and saying, do this every single time? And do it for this amount of minutes. And this is the consequence you should give. And this is what you should do if they lie. And this is what you should do if they ever steal or cheat on a test. Those are the type of things we look for instead of saying, what are good principles? What are good ways of thinking that may work really well for one family and not for another, but the principle will always work. If I'm dealing with my children's behavior immediately, I'm dealing with it calmly, I'm giving consequences, and I'm also willing to show grace and to think through times when, no, actually they need the structure and the consequence as well. When nothing works. Any of you ever said that? Well, nothing else works, Julie. I tried it all, nothing works. What am I actually saying when I say nothing works? I'm saying I'm not getting the outcome I want, right? So when you find yourself saying that, you need to stop and go, is what I'm doing not working? Or is it, I'm just not seeing the benefit of it yet? Because my reason for disciplining my children shouldn't be behavior change. That's a tricky one, isn't it? My reason for disciplining my children would be because I love them and it's what God calls me to do. And I want them to learn good choices have good consequences and bad choices have bad consequences. It's not the outcome. Now, I hope for an outcome, but if my eyes and my attention is only on the outcome, then I'm going to get frustrated and mad, and I'm going to resort to all kinds of unhealthy ways of disciplining my children, and it's not going to work, right? But sometimes what works is what the outcome, we don't see the outcome till years later. When my son comes back to me and say, Mom, you were right about this. And it's 10 years later, right? That if we're focused on outcome, we'll do the wrong thing here. But if I'm here focused on what does wisdom say to do in this situation, then I'm not worried about outcome. I'm worried about faithfulness to the task. I'll tell you one more story, and then we'll take a break. One of the things that comes up often when you're trying to help children understand their own behavior is, well, when you ask a child, honey, why did you not study for your test? What's the typical answer? I don't know. Honey, why did you do this? I don't know. Why didn't you take the dog out? I don't know. And what happens when our children say to us, I don't know? We go into lecture mode again, right? So at school, what happens when a teacher calls on a child and they say, I don't know? Usually the teacher, because of time, moves on to the next child. So what does that child learn? I don't know gets me off the hook. I don't know means I don't have to think. I don't know means I don't have to pay attention. If I get caught on, I don't know, the teacher's just going to move to the next one. In parenting, it's similar, right? I don't know. What that means is usually two things. One is, I don't want to tell you the truth about why. Or two, it often means, I haven't put a lot of thought into it, I just did what I felt like doing. We're not raising critical thinkers or children who are just able to self-evaluate their own behavior and their own motives. And so I don't know, what I don't know does is, you and I ask them a question, picture, I ask you a question, I put it in your lap. When they say, I don't know, what they've done is they've just batted it back to me. I don't know. They don't take responsibility. You want to put something in their lap and have them learn to own it and look at it. And again, this isn't meant to be punitive, angry, look how terrible you are as a person, or we're doing it wrong. So in our home, we would say, I don't know is not an answer. Take a minute and think about it. Anybody uncomfortable yet? That was less than 30 seconds of silence, which probably felt way too long for you. Can you imagine, here's where fast food lifestyle can't work, right? Can you imagine in the morning when they didn't take the dog out, you going, take a minute and think about it, and you just stand there and looking at them? What are they going to do? I said, I don't know, Mom. Or fine, I'll go take the dog out. No, I want you to think about it. See, they're not used to that. They're used to, I get off the hook, Mom will yell at me, and then we'll rush out the door because we got to go to school. And sometimes, actually, you do have to rush out the door to go to school or church. You can't sit there and have that conversation. You have to loop back around to it. But our children are learning that I don't know means I'm absolved of taking a look at my own motives and my own behavior and my own heart. And so you can do it in a way that's angry, or you can do it in a way that's matter of fact. And I'll try to say, well, you know what? Why don't you do this? I'm busy making dinner right now. I want you to go sit on the couch and think about it. And when you think you know why you did that, come find me, and then we can talk about it. So now I'm not just sitting there staring at them. Now they have to sit on the couch for as long as they think they need to. You see, what you've done is you've put it in their lap. Now, ironically, they'll almost always come back to you and give you the right answer. Some kids really don't know because they're just acting on impulse. but you're still helping them by slowing down and saying, well, you know what, buddy, I believe you really don't know, but here's what I want you to do. I still want you to go sit on the couch. I want you to think about it. Go sit on the step and think about it, and when you're done, come find me. Or we'll sit at the table together, and when you're ready to talk, I'll be ready. Sometimes I've done this in counseling, which can be really awkward. But you're sitting and you're waiting for them. What I'll often say, especially in a counseling setting, is I'll say, well, you know what you think's important to me, so I can sit here and wait as long as you want. And then silence is actually your superpower. It's your weapon, because nobody likes sitting in silence. And it will provoke them wanting to say something, if not anything. I don't know, maybe I didn't study because I just didn't feel like it. Okay, well, why didn't you feel like it? I don't know. All right, think about it. Come on, Mom, I don't know, maybe I got distracted by watching TV, and then I just got tired, and I really don't like math, so I didn't want to have to bother doing the rest of the homework. That's right. You're right. I think that's exactly why you didn't do that. See, was that so hard? I don't know. And I look at them again, and then they laugh, right? There's two things. I want them to start understanding their own hearts. I also don't want to get them off the hook. What they want to do when they say, I don't know, it's bouncing it back in your lap so that you can go into lecture mode. They can sit there and just passively endure your lecture or whatever punishment you're about to give them, but they don't walk away changed. You want them to walk away with more insight. And for some kids, it's often 5 different reasons they did it. They did get distracted. They didn't want to have to study. They did like playing video games more than studying for their test. And because they think they have to give you the one right answer, they can't come up with any of the answers. And it takes you sitting there patiently. That kind of parenting takes time. That kind of parenting will not be a formula. That kind of parenting says, it's important for you to know your own heart, not just me tell you, because I can probably lecture you for 10 minutes about why you did the thing you shouldn't do, but I'd much rather you come to that conclusion yourself and learn from it. And you're raising children to think, to be critical thinkers, to look at their own heart and their own behavior rather than how mom and dad are going to respond to me. So on that note, let me stop. How much time do you want to give them before we come back? 10 minutes? All right, come back in 10 minutes. that was loud. Sorry, everybody. That's one way of getting attention.
Okay. Okay, let's make our way back in for the Q&A. If you'll find your seats. Be thinking of those questions.
Yeah, a couple of quick things before we hand it over to Julie and to you. Obviously, you'd seen on the poster and whatnot, this is a ministry of Christ Presbyterian Church. Again, my name's Steve. I'm one of the pastors here. And several years ago, we began to think as a church and as the church leadership, what's a way that we can have a huge impact here and serve our community well. And we had all recognized, I think, that Northeast Georgia is a bit of a counseling famine land. And so Debbie here, as a director of our counseling center, began to introduce us to CCEF, which Julie was a part of before too, brought us to conferences, and we began to see just an overwhelming need here for counseling. And so in the wisdom of our elders, they decided, you know what, we're not going to make this an independent ministry. This is going to be our ministry. We're going to fund it. Which was just incredibly gracious, which means that we get to offer this counseling at either a huge discount or absolutely free. So we just ask for donations. That's how we do this. And so we've paid for Julie to be here. We've done that with funds, with help from the children's ministry here, our family ministry, our women's ministry. We've all kind of pooled together. But you have one of these. They're kind of floating around there. We put one on every other seat, but they're also up here as well. And so there's just an opportunity for you that if you want to see more of this here and you want to see more and more folks being able to have access to good, solid biblical counseling here in Northeast Georgia, we're just asking you to partner with us. You can give a scholarship to somebody so that they can continue to get the care they need, or do a one-time gift. It's not mandatory. Like, this is free. We're not asking you to pay for what happened today. Just if this is on your heart and you want to see more of this in Northeast Georgia, we just invite you to become partners. As we head into the question and answer, Debbie's got a microphone over there. I've got one. I know folks don't like microphones when they're asking questions, but we are trying to record this for folks, so we want to be able to hear you. And just one final note, Julie has got to get out of here, and she's got to get to the airport. So we're going to stop right at 12:30. And so, don't wait and say, well, I'll just ask her afterwards, because you're not going to ask her afterwards. We're going to be like her bodyguards, her entourage. We're going to take her out. You will not see her again. So make sure you get your questions in, and at 12:30 say goodbye, say thank you, and follow up later on if you need to. So, all right, first questions then. Fire away, folks. Yes.
Okay, so obviously with children, it is good for us to not live that fast food lifestyle. How do you introduce a proper amount of boredom without creating chaos, but giving them that free structure, but not losing the entire structure of your home?
Yeah, that's
literally and figuratively.
Yeah, that's a lost art. I think you need to be willing to have a little bit of chaos with the boredom, for one. And I was just saying this last night, how we can't even wait in line at a fast food restaurant or in Target without pulling our phones out. We can't handle not being entertained and just being bored for a few minutes. And so that's a great question, because I actually think in parenting, I probably should give space for my kids just to be bored. So I'm full of stories, for good or ill. But we would have a rule when our kids were younger, and there are a lot of rules that were flexible, like with technology and TV and things like that. So one example would be, guys, we send you off to school. You're not homeschooled, you're not here with us all day. We send you off to school. So that means we have you maybe 3 hours a night. And that's including with homework, dinner, and whatever else is going on. We have you for 3 hours a night. We don't want to be in front of the TV, just watching TV all night. We actually like you guys. We want to engage with you. We want to be around you. So our rule for this season of life was no TV, no electronics on school nights. Again, that's almost impossible in today's day, right? But no electronics on school nights. But see, that wasn't a rule that couldn't be broken before the Medes and Persians. That was a rule we made based on our lifestyle, which meant if the Phillies were playing, the Eagles were playing, we were probably watching that as a family. Or if we had a good reason to have a movie night, we would do it. But it was a general rule so that they learned to deal with boredom, they learned to entertain, they learned to go outside or do different things or to talk to us. One night, my husband was counseling, and so we had to be quiet. He was in a room working on his computer, and the kids were like, well, how about Mom? I was sitting on the couch, and they're like, can we put a movie in, huh? Since we have to be really quiet, how about we put a movie and watch a movie? I'll rub your feet, which they learned occasionally works. And I would say, and I was actually partially ready to give in, but I'm like, no, remember, no, it's a school night, no movies, no TV. They're like, come on, Mom, you make exceptions, please, make an exception. No. And then another sibling comes in, they get in on the debate about it, and I get them talking. And I don't know how I did this, but I got them talking about something at school, and they're like, yeah, and so watches TV at school, and they got talking about their friends, and we were having a great conversation for half an hour. They totally forgot about the TV. And then there was a long conversation, and one of them was like, hey, wait a minute, back to the TV. Can we watch a movie tonight? I'm like, well, blah, blah. How about you answer this question? And we went off on a tangent again. Before you know it, 2 hours later, we are all still sitting there talking. And my husband comes down from the office, and he goes, what you guys doing? And they're all like, you're done counseling? He's like, yeah. He said, we just spent 2 hours trying to talk Mom into watching a movie? And we totally missed the movie? I said, yep. But there was the irony. And actually, the whole time, I'm like, well, when we're done this discussion, maybe I'll put a movie in. Because why? Because it's a rule we can have. But because I was willing to be a little uncomfortable, and because I was willing to prompt them to ask questions, and because they were bored stiff, they wanted the movie, there would have been nothing wrong with me putting the movie in, by the way. That's not the takeaway here. The takeaway was, in moments of boredom like that, we want to cave to what's easiest or what doesn't feel like a big deal, where it really was, I think, a meaningful 2-hour conversation. And so when you're willing to deal with pushback with our kids, that's so valuable. But it's the way we do it too, right? So you see up here on the screen, forced family fun is a Lowe phrase. That started during COVID. It was going on well before that, but we coined the phrase in COVID when on Sunday mornings, we were the kind of people that got up early morning, went to church, first service, then Sunday school if they had it, and then we'd go about our day. Well, when COVID hit, there was no first service. There usually wasn't a second service. There was an online 11 o'clock service. So me being the ever crazy parent said, I know, let's get the kids up and go for hikes. We'll take the dog, we'll go to our local lake, we'll go for hikes, and then we'll come back, have breakfast, and watch church. Well, at that time, most of our kids were teenagers, and they did not think that was such a brilliant idea on a Sunday morning at 8 a.m. And so we're dragging them out of bed. Come on, forced family fun. We're going, like it or not. And they'd be complaining and miserable. We do this with board games. We have one child who loves board games. Nobody else loves board games. And so to help that one child, I would say, come on, guys, game night tonight. We're going to play a game with Andrew. No, come on, we hate games. Why are you making us do it? Forced family fun, we're going to do it. And we sit down, and here's the takeaway. There's two things. Kids that are either bored or kids that just don't think it's cool to do any idea that their parent has will be parents who eventually say, well, what can I do? They don't want to spend time with me. Well, what do you mean, what can you do? You pursue them. So forced family fun was never about, you're going to do what I tell you to do, like it or not. Forced family fun was a lighthearted way of saying, come on, I love you, and I want to spend time with you, even if you're miserable and grumpy. Come on, you're going to do it. Because I was fairly convinced that if I could get past the first miserable 20 minutes with them, that they would be pleasant and even glad they did the thing they didn't want to do afterwards. And that almost always proved to be true. There was times where we would get in the car for a hike, and two kids were so miserable that by the time we got there, I was miserable too. And within 5 minutes, they're throwing sticks at each other, and they're over it and happy, and I'm still the grumpy one. Or there'd be times where we would be playing a board game, and my son, who absolutely hates board games, was crying. He was laughing so hard, with my husband on the other end, probably because it was some kind of family fart joke, something or another. But he was crying, laughing, and I remember sitting there going, man, if I caved to the pressure, I never would have done that. And I think that's boredom. I think it's resistance with our kids that we cave all the time to, well, what can I do? They don't want to spend time with us. Instead of saying love moves towards them, not with an iron fist, which is why I always add humor to it, but with I love being around you, even when you're miserable and grumpy. That was a long, drawn-out answer, sorry.
Thank you. Don Arledge. I have a question on the subject of honesty or the lack of. When you have a situation where you have a child that's dishonest, and you've enforced consequences of not telling the truth, you've explained the necessity of telling the truth. You know, we all know the example of the little boy who cried wolf. What are some ways to deal with that, or how have you dealt with it with your foster kids and all?
We try to look at the pattern. So how do you deal with lying when it's a pattern, especially, or habit forming? And we'll talk about it that way. Like, this is habit forming. It's just way too easy for you to. And there'll come a time where you'll be telling the truth and we're not going to believe you, even when you're telling the truth. And there's living with the consequences of some of that. And so how we talk about that. And what's hard, again, as a parent, is when you're so frustrated, or you are personally offended or impacted by their lies. And with foster children, I mean, we've had foster children lie about us and say horrible things. So it gets even more serious, you know, when a child wants it to be. And so there's several ways I can answer that, and you all can feel free to push back if I don't answer it fully. I'm always aware that I have to deal with whatever emotion my child is bringing up in me before I address them, or else that clouds the way I'm going to address them. And the first thing that comes to mind is just my frustration or exasperation with them, where that's what they see and hear rather than, hey, your behavior is going to have long-term consequences. And especially for foster children, that's hard because they've had it modeled for years to them. Sometimes it's survival mode. Like, there's all kinds of reasons it might be different for a foster child, which means I have to have an extra level of grace and patience. I still address it, but I realize it's not going to go away soon. We had a teenager like that where he grew up in a home that just manipulation and lying and working the system was all they ever did. And so to think that being with us for a year or two was going to undo all that, it was at least giving him a chance to see there was a different way of living life. So I might not undo. He has to make the choice to want something better, but we can model the fruit of living life a better way, and we can model the fruit of living life this way. And so being able to hold that up sometimes, especially for kids that come out of environments where they see the negative of it, but now they're living it out themselves. Or with our own children, where we're just trying to teach them this is habit forming, it's a sin issue, it's a character issue, and the consequences, and them seeing the consequences naturally when they're young is far more important than waiting until they're older and the consequences are greater. There's this great book, I'm trying to think of the author, it's called Why Children Lie. And for the life of me, I'm not thinking of the author. Not a Christian, but he actually does research on why do children lie. So it's not a moral evaluation, though there's some of that in there. It is more what does research say about why children lie or don't lie? And I can remember, I haven't read it for 10 years, but I can remember reading it going, my goodness, this is really good. Why? Because it made me realize that our approach to our children, that how adults approach children who are lying, either encourages the lying to continue or discourages it. It makes them more likely to confess or less likely to confess based on our reaction to them and how calm or how matter-of-fact we are in our reaction. So I said a whole lot of stuff that might have amounted to nothing, except that I think the wisdom of making sure that you and I don't get in the way of kids being truth tellers. And also seeing that for some kids, it is a habitual pattern more than others. Some kids will just lie out of fear in the moment. Other kids lie because it's just their instinctive reaction to everything. And they'll lie about the consequential and the inconsequential alike. And that's even more alarming, right? Because you realize that that is going to take a whole lot of parenting and addressing in the long term.
Thank you. Forgive me if this question is too formulaic, but regarding the 15-minute consequence for bedtime, is there a developmental age in which a delayed consequence is appropriate versus, like with a toddler, you would need a consequence right away? Can you speak to that?
Sure, yeah, that is the argument, especially for younger children. And there's it's a fair and valid question, but let me push back on it for one moment. First, I'll start saying that's actually a really good question. Secondly, I'm going to push back because I think developmental specialists will argue, yes, and here's exactly like only 5 minutes or 2 minutes for every year they're born, and that's where I go, yeah, that's just way too formulaic. I don't buy that. Not because the principle of it isn't good, but because everybody starts to make sure, like, oh, Julie, 15 minutes is way too long for a 5-year-old. Like, not necessarily. It could be way too long for some 5-year-olds, but 15 minutes is just enough for them to understand it's serious and it can feel like torture to them. Some kids, it might feel like torture for 5 minutes to be sitting on the step. So like that could be a 10-minute timeout, a 5-minute. That's where I really think you guys have flexibility to say, well, based on what I know to be about my child can sit still for an hour and not be bothered by it. Or my child could sit still for 5 minutes and feel like they're dying inside. And my desire isn't to make them feel like they're dying as much as I want them to feel the consequences of their behavior. So I think that gives you wisdom to say, will I make it 5 minutes in increments? Will I make it immediately? And whenever you can do immediate, that is actually really helpful, especially for toddlers, to say, right now you're going to go immediately and sit for 5 minutes. But and I know that often we're out and about doing things and we can't stop for that 5 or 10 minutes. So it is honey, when we go home, you're going to sit for 5 minutes. Now, they will forget about it. You might even forget about it. They might even hope you forget about it, right? And when you get home, you go, remember, honey, you got to sit for 5 minutes. No, I forgot. I don't remember. Well, I'm reminding you now. Now it's 5 minutes that you got to sit on the step. Is that unkind? Is that cruel? I don't think so, especially, I hope what you guys are hearing is posture. My posture isn't just meant I'm going to punish you and make sure you remember it. My posture is I want them to remember. Choices have consequences. That it doesn't pay to do the wrong thing just to hope mom and dad forget. And so I think you're juggling all those things that make it fair to say, when is it 10 minutes, when is it 5 minutes, when is it 15, when is it immediate? And I think especially for toddlers, when you can do it immediately, it makes sense to say, I'm going to have you go lay in your bed for 10 minutes now instead of waiting till bedtime. So yeah, there's a lot of flexibility.
This is also a discipline-related question, so to kind of piggyback off of that, you talked about not being outcome-driven, and that's something I personally very much struggle with. Like, I've noticed that tendency in myself to be outcome-driven. So what would you say for those of us who do feel like we are consistently, lovingly disciplining our children, and we're not seeing the outcome and fruit of that yet? What would be your response to that?
So, Galatians 6 says, don't grow weary in doing good, for in a due season. And that is the way I almost always like to end when I'm talking, is to say it's never too late. It's never too early. And it's also never too late, it's just harder. So I might have made mistakes. I might be struggling. My kids might be teenagers. They might even be out of the house. But it's never too late to go back and say, you know what? I wish I'd done this differently. And here's how I'm thinking. And you're building a relationship with your kids. But going back to the outcome, when you're outcome driven, see, I was going off on a tangent there. I almost forgot what you asked me. I want to let go of the outcome. There's two fair questions in that I have to ask. One is, it's always good to evaluate, is the way I'm disciplining helping or hurting? Is it biblical? Is it wise? Is it consistent? Is it for the good of my child? Is it without anger? If I can answer yes to all those questions, then I probably need to say, well, then it's working, because it's exactly what God calls me to do. I'm just not seeing the fruit of it yet. If I stop and go, you know what, we have one child where it's the proverbial, you could beat it into a fool and it wouldn't help them, where you just knew that no matter how much discipline, the discipline was not the answer, but the discipline did communicate a consequence. And my hope couldn't be in the discipline. And then we've had kids where all you had to do was to give them a stern look, and they're like, why are you yelling at me? And I hadn't even said anything yet, right? So you can see how it does vary. Children are different. I was one of those kids where you wouldn't have to yell at me. You could just give me a stern look and I would crumble. Every child's different, so you're evaluating is how am I breaking their spirit, or am I being too easy and passive in my parenting. I think it's wise for you and I to always say, is what I'm doing actually helpful or hurtful? But you have to set that apart from, is it wise, is it consistent, is it loving, and is it for their benefit? Then how could I look at myself and say it's not working, it's the wise thing to do, I'm just not seeing the fruit of it yet, or I'm not seeing their heart turn, or I'm not seeing them respond the way I wish they would. So that's twofold. I think we always have to ask, is what we're doing helpful or harmful? But then we have to be really careful how we come to that conclusion of, is it working or not? Did that answer your question, or do you have a follow-up? Yeah.
This is a fostering related question. I would love to just hear more of your experience. Specifically, it sounds like, gathering from your story, there you have fostered and it's become permanent residents of your family, permanent members of your family. Mm-hmm. But I've also heard implications that you fostered and that it was for a very short term. Mm-hmm. So I would love to hear, what was that like for your family in the short term, knowing this might not be permanent? The goodbyes, the being sad appropriately, attachments, all those things.
Yeah, well, that's a mouthful, so I'll try not to go on. It was a mix. We would often joke, like, so our posture is different than a lot of adoptive families. We always said to our kids, and I'll tell you why we said this, we always said, we want God to bring to our home who he wants in our home. We didn't go out searching for you guys. We didn't go out high and low. There's wonderful adoption stories of that, and children's books that talk about, we went overseas and we got on planes and we did all this work, and yes, that's true. That wasn't our story, nor did we want it to be. What we wanted our kids to know, because we understood that fostering adoption was coming out of brokenness. In a perfect world, our children would not have been with us. They would have been in their biological homes with their parents. And so I was very sensitive to say, what might be glorious for me, or a great biblical story to tell, really came out of brokenness for them. And so I wanted to instill, what God brings into our home, the people he wants. And it might be for a short time, it might be for a long time, it might be forever. We're going to trust that God knows who he wants here and how long they're going to be here. And so that when they began to struggle with their own stories, I was able to say, you know what, honey, God knew he wanted you here. God knew what parents he wanted you to have. He knew the school you were going to be in. He knew you were going to grow up. I wanted to instill in them a confidence in God writing their story, not in look what mom and dad did to get me, because some kids actually resent that. If you hadn't done that, I'd still be with my birth parents, or I still should be. And we would occasionally say, you know what, honey, you're right. In a perfect world, you wouldn't be with us. But God knew that. God is the author of your story. He's writing a good story. He who began a good work in you will be faithful to complete it. The story is still unfolding. You see, that's a very different way of talking about it. But for us, it really was our posture. God knows who he wants in our family. We certainly said no to situations where we thought it would harm the people already in our family. So there was wisdom on our part. And then there were times we didn't know what we were getting into until we were in the thick of it. And God knew that too. And so we've had children who have come for days, sometimes weeks, sometimes 3 years. We've had to say goodbye to kids. We've bawled when we've had to say goodbye to some children. And to some children we've been like, dodge that bullet, that was hard. There's one little boy that all the kids in the house were glad he left. And then we're having a different conversation about how God called us to love him for as long as he was here. And we know he was difficult, but that's what God wanted. And so you're always having these interesting conversations with them. So I think, again, what makes that unique is your way of fostering or adopting might be different than our story, and that's perfectly okay, too, that you're adapting what is good and right, and you're telling the narrative accurately. We're holders of our children's stories, whether they're biological, foster, or adoption. We know things they don't yet know. We understand pieces of the story they don't yet understand. It is never my story to withhold from them, but it is my story to shepherd well for them and to tell well. And so we always made sure that our kids, we were always truthful, we were honest, and we told them in ways that they never felt like all of a sudden a big bomb was dropped on them. That was always an open story. And our kids had hard, difficult, biological family situations. And so we would, piece by piece, slowly inform them as was developmentally appropriate, or when it was obvious that it was a time for them to know things, because we always wanted them to know there's nothing that we won't tell you. There's nothing you don't ask, and you're not allowed to ask. And so instead of waiting for them to ask questions, because by the time you wait for a child to ask you a question, they've been thinking about it and drawing their own conclusions for far too long. You should be asking the question before they've even thought about it. Why? Because now you can inform. You'd rather proactively inform the way a child thinks about a subject than to go back and try to debunk an inaccurate view. So we would regularly say, hey guys, you ever think of your birth family? Most families won't do that because they fear that kind of conversation, or they fear, well, if you're not thinking about them, I don't want to get them thinking about it. And my answer will be, well, why? That would be the natural thing to do, and I want to inform how they're thinking, and I want to answer questions if they have questions, and I want to make sure they're coming to all the right conclusions with some loving guidance, rather than say, no, if they're not thinking about it, I don't want them to be, because children are always thinking. It's just whether you've gotten to them in time or not. So that's a great counseling principle. That's a great parenting principle. It's completely true in fostering adoption, to say, I want to always help them know their story and know that I'm safe to come and ask questions about their story. So even our youngest is 14 now, and he'll ask questions, and he'll say things like, has my birth mother reached out to you lately? No, she hasn't, but you know what, we can go back and see if we can find her email if you're interested in knowing more. Like, it just has to be that natural that they don't feel uncomfortable asking hard questions of us.
I think I've seen a lot of people, specifically in my generation, like analyze their own childhoods and then just want to do the complete opposite with their parenting. So, and I've seen it in myself too. So do you have any advice or insight into how to like not overcorrect from our parents and be like permissive with everything and passive?
Yeah, well, the not overcorrecting, that's a whole nother. But we're always reacting, right? So that goes back to what I just said a minute ago, that I want to be proactive, not reactive. So there were certainly things in my childhood I didn't like, and probably things I did like, and it's just good for me to be self-aware of that. But I don't know if this is true. It's true of me now. I don't know if it was true of me as a young parent, but it's true now that I would say I don't often think about the way I was raised when I think about parenting now. I just think about what do my kids need. And so actually I think that's probably the answer to the question. That if I'm asking what does my child need, then I'm not asking, well, how was I raised and I didn't like it or do like it. Though we are going to be informed by that. Like if I look back at things my parents have said and done and I go, oh man, I hope I never do that. Which, by the way, isn't that the very thing we end up doing? We say things that I thought in a million years I would never say to my kids because I didn't like it when it was said to me, but it just like comes out of my mouth, and I'm watching it come out of my mouth and go, oh, wait, no, I don't like that. And you've already said it. And you realize, well, that's not helpful. And I'm not talking about terrible, cruel things. I'm talking about things like, well, if your friends jumped off the cliff, would you jump off the cliff too? I'm never going to say that to my kids. And before you know it, I'm saying that to my kids. So I think there's a willingness to be aware of, that's just natural. I accept that. But I look back now, and I think we all do this too. We look back 10 years later, and we think, oh, I need to apologize to my parents. Or actually what they did made sense now, but it doesn't make sense before you have children. But I think the far better way of approaching that is just to say, what's godly parenting look like? And so then I will evaluate, well, I didn't like this about my mom or dad, or they thought it came across as godly, but it really didn't. Or I really love what my mom and dad did here, because here's what it taught me.
Julie, could you tell us about a time in your life when chaos was everywhere? Maybe like when your house burned down and you parented through that process.
Oh, I think I have way too many stories about when chaos was everywhere. So I'm trying to think what's helpful. There's crisis. So we had a house fire where our house burned down, literally to the ground. We lost all of our pets, lost everything we owned. Thankfully, nobody was in the house, but it was still, losing our pets was like family. And our home. Shortly after that, we found out our son had a vision disability. There's just working through the loss, and this is a great example with even kids. They were all under 12. I was grieving. My husband was grieving. We're in crisis. We literally woke up in the morning with everything we had, and by lunchtime it was all gone. And so imagine picking your children up at night and saying, everything you had this morning when you left for school is now gone. Your pets that you love, your toys that you loved, your clothes, your home, nothing's there. And then shepherding all of them through it, and all of them having very different personalities and very different reactions. So one child just cried and cried over the pets, cried over the loss. Another one went berserk happy because everybody was being so nice and giving gifts and helping. She thought it was the best thing in the world. Probably thought we should burn our house down again in 10 years because this is awesome. Look how everybody's being nice to me and fun. One of our sons got really withdrawn inward, and one got angry. And one would say things that was really, in hindsight, just self-protective. Things like, well, I'm glad the animals are dead. I don't have to take care of them now. Well, I'm glad we lost our Xbox because I wanted a new one anyway. I mean, say things like that, and here I am sad and grieving our pets, and I wanted to wring his little neck for saying such insensitive things. But it was his way of dealing with loss, right? Our 2-year-old, who is now 14, our 2-year-old was doing what developmentally is appropriate for a 2-year-old, and every 5 minutes saying, Buddy's dead? Yeah, honey, Buddy's dead. Mingo's dead? Yeah, Mingo's dead. We had 2 dogs, 2 cats, 3 birds, 2 bunnies, and he's going down the list. Fluffy's dead? Yeah, Fluffy's dead. Braille's dead? Yeah, Braille's dead. Then a half an hour later, Buddy's dead? Yes, Buddy's dead. Mingo's dead? Yes, can you stop saying that, please? And he just kept doing it over and over again. Why? Developmentally, it just makes sense. Trying to remember, going through that. You're always aware of your own need for help and support. We needed the body of Christ around us. And we were grieving, our children are grieving. We're trying to shepherd our children through a crisis while we also needed shepherded through a crisis. I was not thinking as clearly as I thought I was, which is probably a good picture of parenting sometimes too, in crisis, where I'm sitting in front of our burning house. I got there maybe half an hour after it started, so it looked like it was getting contained to the kitchen, only to have the whole roof, it popped out of the roof like an explosion. There were 7 fire companies. All their horns went off saying, abandoned ship, get out of the house. It went from bad to worse. So for 5 hours, I'm watching our house go from bad to worse, and literally our pets dying in front of us. And here's the kind of things that were going through my head. First, grief. Then disbelief, I still think maybe the pets can be saved while they're probably already dead. Then I'm sitting there watching people come out of their houses videotaping it. And I'm sitting there watching other people videotape my crisis going on, going, how rude, that's rude. Then I'm sitting there thinking about this big pile of laundry in the basement and going, well, I don't have to do the laundry tonight. And then I'm thinking about a pair of socks that a family left at our house feeling bad that they're not going to get the socks back. Then I'm thinking about, we were refinishing a bathroom upstairs, and I'm sitting there going, I'm glad we didn't get that base bathroom refinished, because I'd be really ticked off right now that it was burning down. My emotions were all over the map, and I look back going, that was crazy. I can't believe the things I was thinking while I'm watching that unfold. A week later, we're in front of a rental house talking about, can this work? It's close to the kids' school. What are we going to do? And I hear my husband and some people saying, well, I think we can get it for maybe 9 months. Maybe they'll make us sign off on 12 months. And I pipe in and go, 9 months? I don't want to be here that long. I want to be back in the house in 2 months. And everybody turned and looked at me. And I look back and I'm like, well, that was ridiculous. Our house was going to be rebuilt in 2 months. I wasn't thinking clearly. But you know what? Sometimes you don't realize how unclear your thinking really is. And in hindsight, I look back, I go, that's really fascinating. I thought I was being very logical and clear, but clearly I was not. I needed people around me to help me think clearly. couple more examples. And again, as a counselor, this was actually really helpful for me. I had been through 2 fires, actually an apartment fire when I was single. And in both times, I could not stand the smell of smoke, like just nauseous. It wasn't anxiety, I wasn't stressed, I just physically felt nauseous. And I remember disliking it so much because I used to love the smell of bonfires and fireplaces. And it was just a physical reaction. I couldn't tell you why, and I couldn't tell you when it went away, but it did. It eventually went away. Versus I can remember driving in my van to, I think Target was a store, and I can remember hearing sirens going off in the background. And I immediately felt this anxiousness that I needed to go back to our rental house and make sure it wasn't burning down. And I had to literally talk myself through not turning the car around and reminding myself, Julie, what's the likelihood that your rental house is burned down? This is not your house. It's just a siren going off. I'm talking myself through it. And then I'm like, and why do I care? It's not my house this time. So even if it was burning down. And I'm walking myself through, making myself not respond out of anxiety. What's the takeaway? When you and I are in stressful situations, we don't always see clearly. Now that's an extreme one, but that's sometimes true with our kids. When they frustrate us, when there's tremendous brokenness going on or events going on in your family where we need the body of Christ. And it's okay to say, I'm probably not thinking completely clearly about this. I think clearly, it makes sense to me, but people who are standing around us are going, Julie, your house isn't going to be rebuilt in 2 months, or Julie, you do need help with this. You know, people offering to do something, we're literally living in a hotel room and they'll say, do you need something? No, I'm okay. Well, what are you talking about? I need everything. I have nothing, literally, I need toothpaste. But I couldn't even think clearly to ask anybody for things. That's where you and I can benefit each other to say when people are hurting, when people are going through family crisis, when they're going through parenting crisis, when they're going through marriage crisis, you and I can just step in and say, hey, I think you need this. Can I do this for you? Or let me help you with this. And what a gift it is for us to be surrounded by other people who can help us when we're struggling.
One of the things you said, which I've just seen true in my own parenting, is needing to deal with our own emotion before we try to deal with the emotion in our children. And you were just kind of speaking that some like in a crisis situation. But in the day-to-day of just disciplining or parenting, are there any tools or things just real-time in the moment that you think help you with your emotion?
Well, the first one is just the self-awareness to know I'm bringing that into things. So I can certainly get lost in my own thoughts, or I notice this occasionally, even in the last month or two, we've been in the process of moving and changes and busyness, and I could be in my own head, or I could be discouraged about something going on. And I walk in the house, and after a little while, my youngest will say, are you upset with me? And I'll realize I'm not talking, or I have a look on my face or something. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. No, I'm not upset with you at all. He goes, oh, okay. And that's an awareness of we are bringing exactly what you said. We're always bringing our own emotions into situations where people misread us, our kids misread us. Our kids are especially aware of our emotions, whether you think they care or not. They're aware, and they're trying to say, is mom or dad approachable? Are they mad? Are they in a bad mood? Am I the one that put them in the bad mood? My husband will joke, and he would say this if he were standing here. He would say, there would be days, especially when our kids were younger, there'd be days where as he's pulling into the driveway, he would have to brace himself before getting out of the car. And he'd have to say to himself, I am not done work. I am done one job. Now I need to enter my other job. And he would say I would have to pray, I would have to have an attitude that he could probably be walking into chaos right now, and half the time he was. He'd be walking into chaos and say, I've got to have the posture of being ready to serve, not drive home and think, I'm off duty, I should be able to relax and sit and watch TV all night. That's true of all of us, right? We have a posture of, I want to go home and I want it to be easy. I want my home to be my haven, and we get frustrated when the people in our haven don't let it be a haven for us. So having that posture of saying, I don't want my children to get the last of me. I want them to have the best of me. I don't want them to get the leftovers because I was so busy serving people all day long that I'm intolerant and frustrated with them. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for the wisdom that you brought today. Got a lot out of it. When we've got 4 children at home, ranging from 16 down to 4, COVID. And when we're together and we're trying not to live that fast food lifestyle, when we're attempting to have Bible study, when we're attempting to have family discussions, is it okay, in your opinion, or do you have some ways and examples that we can not always have to cater to the lowest common denominator, or should we be looking to, I know planning and being proactive is always a good thing, but when we're just doing the best we can to hang tight that day and get through something, just speak the truth and let it be, and the people that can understand it can, and those that can't.
Yeah, are you primarily talking about like your youngest, when you say the lowest denominator, your youngest? Yeah, I'm a big believer that our youngest mature by watching how we respond to the older. They learn, and they, I think in all the good ways, they evaluate. So you tend to think, oh, well, they're exposed to more mature topics too early. I think you need to be aware of that. But I also think if the way I'm talking about things is in a redemptive way, then I'm not going to be too worried my 4-year-old's hearing it, and it will go over their head, too. So I think it's how you have those conversations that matter. I also think there are times where giving a short answer because we have to move on is the best response, and it's a godly way of responding to our kids. So I'd hate to give the impression we sit down and we have these long, drawn-out conversations with our kids all the time. We don't. And as a matter of fact, when our kids get to know us, sometimes it only takes one statement and they already know where we're going and we don't have to say anything else, right? And we're loving to not say anything else because they already understand and know where we're coming from. So I think what you're asking is true, and I would agree with it. I think sometimes we worry a little too much about the youngest child in the room instead of going, I want them to benefit by seeing this is how mature conversations happen. So even in small groups, when our kids were little, as you know, if you're in a home group or a home fellowship or a small group, when you have one with kids, it's always difficult to figure out who's watching them, how are we watching them, do we hire somebody, do we take turns? We did the whole gamut when our kids were young. And we did get to a point where we decided, our kids are old enough now that they can be in with us. And we want them to watch how we do community. We want them to be involved in how we do community. Age, development, all those things matter. And when that's helpful or when it's harmful or when it distracts other people in the community from being able to be in community. But I do think there's something about cross-generational ministry and allowing our younger people to benefit from older people, even in sibling groups.
Do you have any advice for when your kid looks back on a situation and says, yeah, Mom, I'm never going to be able to forgive you for that? How do you walk them through that, and how do you hold that for yourself as a parent?
Assuming you need it to be forgiven for it?
No, I mean, I don't need that for myself. I know God takes care of that, but how do you walk them through that and also not take it personally?
Yeah. Well, without knowing the situation, the question I would be asking myself is, when did I fail them? Or when are they perceiving it as a failure because it was a hardship that we all went through? So sometimes kids don't forgive us for things that they think we should have done differently, or changes we made, or even crises that we were in the middle of too. So you think of divorce or hard things like that where a child says, well, I'll never forgive you for it. And the question, I'm just thinking this through in my own head. So I'm thinking out loud. That's always a dangerous thing to do. I want to be humble that if I've done something wrong, that I'm always saying, honey, I love you. I'm so sorry that hurt you so much. If I could do it differently, I would do it differently. I can't do it differently. All I can do is say, I understand why you're upset and hurt. and I'm validating, yes, you have a reason to be hurt and upset. Now you have a choice what to do with it. So I still need to parent them. Even if I feel like I'm the reason they're hurt and upset, I still need to parent them through. I need to own it and acknowledge it, and then I need to be able to say, but God is holding you responsible now to say, are you going to be bitter about it? Are you going to be angry? Are you going to keep harboring it? Or are you going to trust that God's even going to take my failure, my sins, my struggle, my lack of action, whatever it is you're holding against me, and that God can use it for good? That's the story of Joseph, the story of Esther. I mean, those are beautiful stories where you say, can you trust that God takes even the broken people and the broken things in our lives and that he's going to weave it into a good story? The other side of that is when our kids are angry at us because they perceive we should have done something that in hindsight really wasn't ours, and you don't have to take ownership for it, but you still want to acknowledge how it harms them and hurts them. So you would know that better. You would know what to nuance. But at the end of the day, my thought is always I want to empathize with my child's struggle. So the first thing could be to correct them. I think that's instinctively a parent response. Let's correct them and tell them what they should feel. More and more, my sense is, no, I want to identify with what they're feeling, because then I'll have their ear to hear me. If I won't hear them out, why are they going to listen to me? Doesn't mean I agree with everything they're thinking and feeling. Doesn't mean I think it's accurate, but it means I want to win a reason to have a voice in their life. And that means that you and I have to do a better job at identifying why they feel the way they do, even when they're wrong to feel it sometimes. And many times they're probably more right to feel the things they're feeling. It's just they need help navigating what to do with it.
My wife and I have 8 children at home. We have 6 fosters, 2 biological children. They range in ages from 15 months to 14 years. Hearing you talk about protective behaviors was kind of an aha moment for me, and I was wondering if you could just expand and delve a little bit deeper in that for a few minutes, please.
Protective behaviors? Like, can you give me a few examples?
Well, you're talking about your house fire, and one of the kids was saying, you know, at least I don't have to feed the dogs anymore. And that was a protective behavior. I was just wondering if you could.
Oh, self-protective.
Self-protective,
like personally
yes.
protective,
Yes.
yeah. I remember, this was years ago, even before some of my kids were born, that I was doing respite for 2 girls that were in the same foster family, but they were not biological siblings. And I was watching them. I think I was still single, and my husband was over. We're having dinner, and the girls were upstairs in another room. And all of a sudden, we heard a fight going on. And so we run upstairs, and here's 2 girls fighting each other on top of each other, and we're pulling them off of each other. And one of them had bit the other in the shoulder. I'll never forget, like, I've never seen a welt that big of teeth marks. She had bitten the other one, and there was already a welt growing. And we pulled them apart, and we're like, what in the world is going on? You know what they were fighting over? A pencil. It was a pencil. And as we're talking, the one girl who bit the other girl said, I have lost everything in my life. She's not taken my pencil. It was really profound. She probably said it even more colorfully than that. But it was a really profound moment of saying we miss sometimes why children respond so strongly to things. Self-protective, survival instincts, all that they've learned and how habit-forming those mentalities can be. So you have kids who do self-protective behaviors, who just do instinctively lying behaviors. We had a foster child in our home where he had a strong fight or flight response. And so you would just ask him to do silly things like, hey, buddy, time to go take a shower. And he'd want to fight you on it. Like, what is the big deal? Just go take the shower. And I can remember one day I walked by him and I'm like, come on, buddy, time to go upstairs and take a shower. And he was standing, staring out the front door. And he's like, no, I don't want to. Come on, honey. Like, it's not a big deal. Let's just go get a shower after you're done. Like, we'll get some dessert. I'm just talking to him, like, matter-of-factly like this. And he's like, no. And I see him looking out the door. And there was this brief moment of seeing a look in his eye like, he's an escape risk here. But I ignored it because I was doing my parental mode. And my parental mode was, but if you don't go take a shower, I'm going to go get Greg, and he'll make you take a shower. And the moment I said that, he went out the door. And as a foster parent, you'll appreciate this. My first response wasn't to run after him. My first response was, not again. And I'm like, I cannot believe it. Like, of course. It was almost like I was miffed that he ran out the door. But he went out the door without shoes on. It was in the middle of winter. He's running up the driveway, and I'm watching him run up the driveway going, no, I really do need to get my husband. And so I went and got my husband. He's like, what did you do? I didn't do anything. I just asked him to take a shower. But in hindsight, I realized that he was giving me cues to what he was about to do, and I totally missed it. Because in my mind, what I'm asking is perfectly reasonable. You should have done it, and I'm going to go in parent mode and go get your father if you don't do what I ask you to do. Where I realized I missed the signs. I could have responded completely differently to that. Not because he didn't need to still take a shower, but because I was seeing, wow, there is a reaction here I'm getting. And I see he was ready to go toe-to-toe with me, and I could have done something to de-escalate that and approach it differently, and I just missed it. We do that in parenting a lot, but I think as foster parents and adoptive parents, there are things like that we miss. We want them to respond like a normal child should respond when a parent asks them to do something, and we miss the reactions that we tend to get, and we misread them. We misread the cues, or we ignore them because we think they shouldn't act that way. Is that what you're asking?
So I think I have a two-part question. So first, at what point when we recognize a child's behavior is too much for us, that we need to seek professional help? What would be your advice? At what point would we need to recognize, now I need some professional help? And then two, how do we get around the mindset that we're weak and we're not the strong Christian if we do seek professional help? How do we help ourselves get around that mindset?
Let me start there. So if I forget the first one, you can remind me. We are all weak. We're all flawed, fallible human beings. I think the mistake is expecting that we shouldn't be. And in the church, that's why Corinthians says we have this treasure in jars of clay, that we are regularly given an example in Scripture of being weak and broken and letting the power within us shine forth, not of ourselves. And we produce a very different message. We're living upside down in the church that way, where we all need to be willing to be flawed human beings who don't get things right, and we're humble, and we're willing to evaluate things, which doesn't mean we can't have strong opinions and we can't have good conversations, but you say, I'm not perfect, all right, I'm willing to think about that and look at it. You look at Scripture, and Scripture again models over and over again that God takes the not brave, He takes the least expected, He takes the weakest, the youngest, the oldest, and those are the people God uses. So when you and I feel weak, we think, well, can God use us? Or how can I admit this to people? We need to just go back to Scripture and say, that's exactly the people that God uses. He doesn't need the brave, the eloquent, the ambitious, the famous, the beautiful. He only needs the willing. And when you and I are willing, we are in the best place we can be at. How do you know when you need help, right? So I'll give you a counseling answer to that. I look at frequency, intensity, and duration. So you don't have to have that formula when you're looking at your kid's behavior, but when is a child's behavior extreme? When are temper tantrums extreme? When is an anxiety attack extreme? Well, I'm looking at how often does that happen? How frequently is my child having a meltdown about getting on the school bus? Frequency, intensity, how intense? Like, is it a screaming match? Is it I'm clinging to mom for 2 minutes until they get on the bus? Or is it kicking, screaming, crying? It's so intense that everybody's nerves are shattered in the moment. So frequency, intensity, duration, how long does it last? Does it go on for hours and hours? Or do you get the child in the school and they're actually fine once they hit their homeroom? Or you get them on the bus and once they drive away and can't see you anymore, they turn around and they're okay. So you're trying to evaluate what's developmentally normal, like is this a stage they're going through? How frequent, how intense, how long does it last? And so sometimes we err too long because we think, well, maybe it's just a stage. You don't always know. It's just not an art. But if you're asking those questions, you're more likely to look at it. And when you get to your wit's end and you're like, that's it, I don't know what else to do, that's always a sure sign of saying, well, I should invite somebody else in to have eyes on it because maybe they will have some advice. Or maybe they'll say, yeah, I think you need some counseling or some help with that.
Okay, so we know that you don't want to write a book. So CCEF is putting out amazing resources, and the Little Truths for Young Hearts, amazing. Thank you for that. What books are out there or resources that are out there, whether for kids or adults, that we know you're not, do you have a list already?
Well, I have some of my books up here, but obviously my books are not all that there is.
Right. Which books do you wish? I think I've read everything that you've written because they're amazing. Which books do you wish that you had written? Which ones are like super helpful?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, one that is in process now, we're starting to write, is our family story of adoption and foster care, called Inviting in the Hard. There's the principle, right, of what does it look like to invite in the hard. Safeguards, which that is actually much like doing this training. I love doing safeguards training because safeguards is about equipping your kids with safety skills. We're all afraid of stranger danger or kids being abused, but it's much broader than that, of just saying our kids, the biblical themes of safety are teaching our kids to walk with God and know his ways. And then the tools and resources flow from that, and those tools and resources are discernment, teaching kids to evaluate behavior and words, not character. And so I talk about abuse, I talk about bullying, I talk about daycare and childcare questions and hiring babysitters. So I love it because I like being really practical. Like, let's take the biblical principles and be real practical about how that looks. Hopefully by 2027, there'll be children's books on all those things too, written for children, safety skills books. And then the final book I'd love to write, Building Bridges, is all expressive activities to do with kids, whether you're a parent or counselor. I'd like to write a Building Bridges 2 book. So I have a lot of expressive activities on my website that you can pay for and download, but I'd love to have another resource like that. So, yeah, there's a lot of good things out there. What she's referring to is this book here, where there's a series at CCEF. That one deals with bullying. But there's things to deal with sibling fights and loss and all kinds of good books. Darby Strickland is coming out with some good ones for children on change and loss, or a scary thing happen. So there's a lot of, in today's modern age, you have too many options. The question is, what are the good options for reading? So I often say, go with trusted authors that you like, and usually the people they like, then you'll probably like too.
Probably have time for just one more. Who's got that? April does.
I don't even know how to word it. As you're talking about resources, trying to think about how to word it. But if you have a kid that's struggling with gender or sexuality, how do you not push them away, but come alongside them? And as culture, middle schoolers, they don't fit in a box. How do you parent, how do you care, or what are some resources that can help guide us as parents with kids who might feel they're born a certain way?
Yeah. Well, again, it often depends on what the gender identity issue, and sexuality is a big one because culture is pushing that on our kids. And there are lots of public schools I'm aware of that are doing it younger and younger for kids. So kids are thinking I should have options, and things that they normally wouldn't question, they're questioning. Which again goes back to this principle of being proactive, not reactive. It's far better for you and I to proactively shape how they think about gender and sexuality and these things the weight to debunk an inaccurate view, because it's going to pursue them regardless. Then there are children that just naturally struggle, that we don't know why. There's brokenness, there's just ways that they naturally struggle that have nothing to do with culture, and it was already an internal struggle in them. And so there are great resources out there like Harvest USA. Mark Yarhouse is one of the experts in the field who has written a lot about this subject and how to talk to and walk alongside young people who are struggling with it. As a parent, the general broader principles are also what you guys have been hearing me say, which is listen to them. Understand, ask them questions. I will try to get my kids to come to the right conclusions by asking them questions until I can't ask questions anymore, because then they don't feel lectured. Then I'm making them think. It's that principle of putting it back in their lap. Help me understand why you think other kids feel this way too. Why did you come to this conclusion? When do you think you felt that way? There's several things. They're just feeling loved that we're talking to them and asking questions. And the second is you're trying to pull out, help them understand why they came to those conclusions. Then it goes back to, that's why I picked this up, it goes back to that picture. They're ready for us to lecture them and tell them what the Bible says. And so I'm always looking for really winsome ways of presenting God to them in ways that doesn't feel like he's a killjoy, or he hates me for being who I am, or he makes me want to change. But I go back to God created life to be lived a certain way, and he didn't do it to be a killjoy. He did it because he knows anytime you go outside that way he created life to be lived, it won't deliver. It'll break. And we don't always understand it, and we sometimes wish it was different, and I get that. But what does it look like to trust God that if he created you, and he created this world, and he created your life, that we can trust that his way is good even when we don't understand it? So I'm looking for winsome ways of saying that without them feeling condemned or judged, but also pointing them back to God knows what he's doing. And while we're trying to figure this out, and we're trying to understand, can we trust that God is still good? He is faithful. He does love you. He's not rejecting you. So those are, no matter what the child's struggling with, that's language I want to use so that I think of wooing kids to Christ. I want to woo them. I don't want to hit them over the head with the Bible and rules. I want them to want. And I always think of C.S. Lewis. I love C.S. Lewis quotes. And he has that quote about settling for mud pies when God has this holiday at the sea waiting for us. And I think sometimes our kids settle for mud pies because we do a very poor job of pointing out the banquet feast waiting for them. We do a poor job of pointing out heaven and eternity. We do a poor job of pointing out God and his ways. When I'm working with groups of teens, I'll talk about two kingdoms, and I'll have them do this exercise of, if you were the king and you could create a kingdom however you want, and I'd have up on the screen a list of questions. What would the rules be? What would the laws? How would you enforce them? Who would you allow into your kingdom and why? And they work on doing that project. And then I will have them vote. Who wants to be in this kingdom? Who wants to be in this kingdom? Who wants to be in this kingdom? And often it's the funnest kingdom with the most partying going on that they want to be in, right? But inevitably, I'll go through and say, what are the flaws of their kingdom? What are the flaws of this kingdom? And they'll rip it apart because they'll realize, well, you can't enforce that. Or if you enforce that there's no rules, then nobody's going to follow the rules. And if you do this, then you're not going to do that. And what I'm eventually trying to get to is then I've got to be prepared to paint a picture of God's kingdom and why God's kingdom is the most benevolent kingdom out of all that we've just talked about in this room, and why everybody in this room should want to live in that kingdom, because that kingdom really is for the good of all who live within that kingdom. That is the most benevolent king who is not out to be ruler like a dictator, but out to do what is wise and good for everybody in that kingdom. You see, that's the work we have to do with young people, that we talk in ways where they go, I want to live in that kingdom, or I want to follow that God, or I want to trust even though I don't like the rules and I think it's broken. Why? Because we've wooed them to the Lord in ways that, why would they want the mud pies over here?
Well, we obviously could keep you here for days with our questions. we're super, super grateful that she gave us some time here in our little corner of Northeast Georgia. And I'll just say this, true to her open home values, she has agreed to take any of your kids with her back to her house to raise them. So that's it. But again, she's got a flight to get to. So we're gonna let her exit here. I'm sure that there are ways for you to get in touch with her online through her website, other means if you have other questions. But first and foremost, let's go ahead and give her a big round of applause. Yeah,
Good to be with you all.
that's great. All right. For those of you that want to stay around, hang out a little bit, we've got still some food back there. And again, we encourage you, if you haven't yet taken advantage of it, there's a book for every single family. So grab one of those. Those are free on the way out. And again, if you're here for some foster care training hours, you can pick up your certificate in the back. But again, on behalf of CPC and our counseling center, we just thank you guys so much for being a part of this today. And we send you off with God bless. Thanks.